We dismissed my mother in her own house.
Come here. Kneel.
How dare you use the voice on me?
Astrology for Divination presents Archaeo-Astrology, the women who were Pharaoh. Part 1.
Understanding of ancient Egyptian culture is limited. Looking at the artifacts left behind by the ancients, it is obvious that they had different values, customs, and beliefs from ours today. History books are filled with stories of war, invasion of territories, and patriarchal ways of being and thinking. Yet it seems that ancient Egypt enjoyed long periods of peace and prosperity, and a profound connection with nature and spirit. Is there a way to understand the shift?
So what we refer to as history that began some 6,000 years ago is really the advent of a different style of social organization that's typified by hierarchies of dominance, warring deities, warring mythologies, and control systems.
Vedic culture from ancient India speaks of a grand and measurable cycle of 26,000 years, consisting of ascending light ages and descending dark ages.
In the higher ages, You see this philosophy of living in tune with nature. People talk about speaking with the gods and a lot of interaction. Virtually every ancient culture has stories about the gods if you go back far enough. And you see a lot of matriarchal cultures if you go back far enough. You know, the Dark Age times, you have this very brutal, paternalistic type of ruling.
I think it's difficult for us to understand the ancient Egyptians because we've got the paradigm of the patriarchal structures on top of it, and we're looking through our own cultural lenses.
Has world culture always been male-dominated and patriarchal? If not, what would a matriarchal system look like? Matriarchy is not the opposite of patriarchy, with women dominating and controlling men. It is based on balance between the masculine and feminine, and harmony with nature. This was exemplified in ancient Egypt, which was known in the old language as the land of Khent. Hakim Awian received teachings about the Comitian people in the distant past.
The ancient life system in Egypt here. The Comitian tradition being passed down through the mother. Mother is the teacher. Not the father like patriarchy system, this is matriarchy. She is the goddess, she is everything in the house.
Based on the countless artifacts that show the high status of the feminine, it seems that women had the same status as men, if not a higher status.
In the museum, you have statues, you notice that the woman put the arm around the man's shoulder. And that shows, are they equal? No. Woman was the upper head in the family. When she put her arm around the man's shoulder, she's saying, this is mine. You also see that the sculpture in the old days put the feminine wig on a man's head when he promoted more to a woman than a man.
Men's wigs were layered in different lengths, like steps. Women's wigs were parted in the middle, smooth, and all one length. When a man wore a woman's wig, it was an indication that he had high status.
Only men with wisdom who wear the women wig. So these are the scribes and the physicians and the rest of them.
All you can do is go back into the old kingdom, and what you find is, is obviously a fair amount of equality. The goddesses are revered as reverently as the gods, and there's even the instance, for example, of Hathor, the exception in that she's the only deity that has a temple column all to herself. So the Great Mother, the great feminine principle, occupies a very important part in the whole Egyptian symbology, the whole Egyptian doctrine. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Women could own property at as much rights as the men. They could divorce as easily as the men. Of all the known sophisticated civilizations that we have access to, probably women were better off in Egypt than they were anywhere else.
Perhaps we are looking at ancient Egypt from a patriarchal viewpoint. We should let the symbolism in the artifacts tell their own story. The frescoes we see lining temple walls in Egypt and on stone slabs in museums around the world each tell their own story. We see the same images repeated again and again in Egyptian art. By learning to decode these symbols, we can look back in time, peeling back the layers of patriarchy that cloud our understanding of ancient history. Then we can begin to decipher the messages that the ancients left us.
You have to accept that we're dealing with a period that occurred at least 5,000 years ago. And the little we know of it comes from archaic texts that were written in a very occult and esoteric manner. They weren't meant for you and me.
The secrets of the ancient Egyptians were not for the commoners.
They were meant for a very, very small group of elites who had to be initiated over many, many years to appreciate what this text said.
They were for the high-level initiates, which were people who were trained, and they would go through different initiations, tests, that would help them be wise, that would help them confront their fears, that would balance them in the body, mind, and emotions.
Initiates were students who were given rudimentary instruction on the mystery traditions of Mayan and Egyptian cosmic cycles.
As they approached higher levels of consciousness, they came to respect different aspects of themselves that were represented in the feminine and the masculine. But they went further and called it sacred feminine and sacred masculine, which meant the purest form that was actually connected to the two hemispheres of the brain.
Feminine consciousness corresponds to the right hemisphere of the brain and the left side of the body. In contrast, masculine consciousness corresponds to the left side of the brain and the right side of the body. Patriarchal consciousness focuses on history, linear time, dogma, rationality, waking reality, and science. Matriarchal consciousness focuses on eternity, cycles of time, ritual, magic, altered states, and art. If we examine the art, we can see the characters almost always have one foot slightly forward. In some instances, they take a big step forward. In each scene, the goddess has her left foot slightly leading, showing awareness of the feminine principles of timelessness and magic. The Pharaoh, however, takes a large step with his right foot. This shows that he is grounded in the masculine. Similarly, we often see images with two left hands. It has been suggested that this is just a stylistic convention, but we should not impose our ideas on Egyptian art. Left hands suggest giving, while right hands suggest taking.
In our culture, we've practically erased the feminine in favor of the masculine. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. Art, music isn't as important. And our society is completely unbalanced because of it. The ancients knew that you could not achieve high states of consciousness without these being in balance. And so they revered the pure qualities of either. And so when we say sacred feminine and sacred masculine, this was the highest form of respect, so that the female would have both feminine and masculine balanced within her, and the male would have both feminine and masculine balanced within him.
Balance between the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine runs deep in Egyptian symbolism. We see gods and goddesses carrying a crook, a flail, and a staff in various combinations. The crook represents the balance of the emotions. The flail symbolizes the balance of the mind, and the staff depicts the balance of the body. Once balance of the body, the mind, and the emotions was achieved, consciousness could develop. Notice the staff always has the head of a bird and a forked base. The staff never touches the ground. This indicates that we are spiritual beings having an earth experience. We are incarnated here, but our souls can go beyond the earthly plane. Egyptian temples were places where spiritual work was done. An arch with a winged disc is always found at the entrance to temples. The winged disc depicts a vulture and a snake.
Snake been taken as a symbol of masculine, and the vulture is the feminine.
The feminine and the masculine had to be in balance. The lower self was to surrender to the higher self in order to enter the sacred space. This meant that the ego of the everyday world had to step aside, while the higher self connected with cosmic energy.
Vulture can fly, snake can't fly, but both have the same glands. System of life is based on glands.
The glands were the most important features of the human being.
One of the most misunderstood functions of the human body today is our glandular or endocrine system. Glands secrete hormones that trigger reproduction. Fertility and procreation had high value in Egyptian ideology.
The ancients were very much in tune with how the energy systems in the body, or the chakras, as the East Indians would talk about them, were connected to the glands.
Ancient teachings speak of 7 energy centers in the body called chakras. Parallels occur between the concepts of chakras, or energy centers in the body, and our glands. It appears they are 2 ways of describing the same thing, through spirituality and through science. Ancient Egyptians had a holistic understanding of the significance of the glands and their central role in reproduction and in consciousness. If we can decode the symbols, we see that the sacredness of procreation is readily visible in ancient Egyptian art.
When you see a boy or a man, you see a kind of a bottle on his head. That is not a bottle or not a white crown symbolizing Upper Egypt, as my colleagues and the scholars say. No, this is a gland in the human body known as the thymus, located behind the lungs.
The thymus is most active when a baby is in utero. It continues to be active until puberty. Then it begins to shrink and is atrophied when we stop being fertile. It was a critical activator of consciousness.
The red crown is another. It's the womb, the placenta, the thymus and the womb are connected for the cycle of life. When you see the double crown, the red crown is the womb and the placenta. The white crown is the thymus, who has its influence on the womb. That's the symbol of one of the glands.
In the early 1900s, alchemist Schwaller de Lubitz presented a work called The Temple of Man. It demonstrated that the architects of the Luxor temple used sacred geometry, which reflected the exact proportions of the human body. As in all Egyptian temples, the most sacred space was located at the back of the temple, the Holy of Holies, which corresponded to the pineal gland. When activated, the pineal gland is said to stimulate the evolution of higher states of consciousness. If the temples were metaphors of the human body, the pineal gland corresponded with the Holy of Holies. At the entrance to the most sacred part of the temple stand tall pillars representing the masculine and the feminine, papyrus and the blue lotus. The papyrus and the lotus reflect the balance between the feminine and the masculine principles and are shown together throughout ancient Egyptian art.
The blue lotus is a symbol of life, and this plant, blossom, flower, it grows in the water like water lilies. It's where the ancient Commissions believe that life starts in water and in that lotus form.
the most important ceremony for teaching the populace how to live well was the weighing of the heart. It reveals what the ancients believed happened in the moments after death.
Initially, in the ceremony of the weighing of the hearts, the deceased would meet Anubis, who would say, "You're dead. Let's have your heart. We're going to weigh it against the feather of truth." If your heart was heavy because you had done something immoral, you weren't allowed to go to the other side. So the populace learned that they had to be light of heart in order to live well.
As ancient Egypt slipped into patriarchal ways of being and thinking, the old spiritual ideology became codified, and organized religion became dominated by the Amun priesthood.
The Amun priesthood had a lot of power, and they were in a position to have people pay for their salvation. It used to be that your heart was weighed against a feather of truth, but in later pictures of the ceremony of the weighing of the heart, you'll see Horus holding on to the scale, and you could pay the priesthood for Shakti dolls, and the more of them you had, the more likelihood you could buy the lightness of heart instead of being light of heart. Well, this is a fundamental change in terms of how to live well, and I think that we still are living in that way.
History is written by its victors, and as the patriarchy took hold, much effort was put into suppressing Egypt's matriarchal past.
There's a few pharaohs who were erased from the king's list. Hatshepsut was one, Akhenaten was one, and Tutankhamun was another.
The legacy of the controversial pharaoh, Akhenaten, was almost lost forever with the complete destruction of the city he and Nefertiti had founded at Amarna.
Now, very little was known about Amarna until there was an earthquake, and the pylons at Karnak were filled with these little blocks that had been cut up, and they used them from Amarna to just put as filler inside the pylons. So when archaeologists found them and started putting them back together, they realized there was a very large story here.
For the ancients, life on Earth mirrored the motion of the stars in the sky.
What the ancients did is they would have the capital be at Heliopolis in the north for 2,160 years, and then they would have the capital be at Thebes, which is now Karnak, for that length of time. When Akhenaten came into power in the new kingdom of the 18th dynasty, it was right at the time when things were supposed to shift.
During this time, the patriarchy gained momentum, with the Amun priesthood steadily becoming more powerful.
Akhenaten happened to have been born at one of these points of return or beginning. He believed that he was subjugated, like all pharaohs, to a cosmic law, to the law of Mat. What happens up there, they believed was controlling matters on earth. And things happened up there that dictated to Akhenaten that he had to move his base and had to reinstall the original religion.
When it came time for Nefertiti and Akhenaten to change the capital, they knew that the Amun priesthood was in power and that they would really fight them on this.
If he had moved to Heliopolis, there would have been civil war. If he had stayed in Karnak, he would have not performed what he had to perform to follow the law, the cosmic law. Finally, he settles for a midpoint.
So instead of moving the capital back north, they decided to take a point exactly in the middle between the two, and this was Amarna.
Art created by artisans in the Amarna period is exquisite and markedly different from the art in other periods. For the first time, Egyptian royal art depicted the pharaoh and his family all together and clearly showing affection for each other.
They built this wonderful place. And they had gorgeous palaces, and people were creative. It was peaceful, there were flowers and nature, and people lived a leisurely life. But what it was a return to true spirituality. He ruled with his co-regent, Nefertiti. The feminine was honored.
In this transition, Akhenaten and Nefertiti rejected the established religion of the corrupt Amun priesthood. They had a profound respect for solar energy, known as the Aten.
And so returning to this was a big threat to the Amun priesthood. And so they plotted to take Amarna down.
They eventually brought him down, and they destroyed his city, and they reinstalled the ancient gods, and with all their iconography.
Yeah, they simply destroyed everything, every trace of him. If they didn't find the ruins of Akhenaten's temples, used as fill, rubble fill in the walls of Karnak, there'd be almost no sign of Akhenaten.
Amarna was a peaceful society with great creativity and beauty. Yet scholars in traditional Egyptology continue to portray Pharaoh Akhenaten as a deformed, renegade, heretical leader.
But see him as a heretical king is quite the opposite. The heretics were the priests. He was not heretical. He in fact was somebody who was determined to adhere to the divine law. And he went to the cross for it.
After the fall of Akhenaten, Tutankhaten, a boy of only 9 years old, became pharaoh.
Now, because we found Tutankhamun's tomb intact, we know a lot about him and the life that he lived. Now, he was raised at Amarna. Now, some people say that Akhenaten was his father. We don't have DNA tests. We haven't found the mummy of Akhenaten. We don't know that for sure. But it's interesting that he started out as Tutankhaten, because at Amarna they worshipped the Aten. But after he took the throne, they opened the temples again. They moved away from Amarna. It seems that as soon as the Amun priesthood found out that he actually was of the Aten, he changed his name to Tutankhamun, that suddenly he disappeared.
After 10 years of leadership, when Tutankhamun was 19, he died mysteriously. His mummy was X-rayed, revealing a fractured skull, suggesting a blow to the back of the head.
It seems that he was buried in a rush. His tomb is very small, and close to it there were a whole lot of mummies that were moved in a cache and put aside. So it's almost like there were several mummies from other dynasties that were in the tomb that he ended up in, and then they took furniture from Amarna and buried him there.
Though the tomb of King Tut left us many clues, his fate remains a mystery. Another casualty of the patriarchal retelling of history is the story of Queen Hatshepsut.
Hatshepsut came earlier in the 18th dynasty. She started out by being a queen, and then she became pharaoh.
Hatshepsut was a wise and powerful leader who re-established trade networks with Egypt's neighbors, building the prosperity of the 18th dynasty.
She was certainly ruling for a long time at a period of tremendous peace and prosperity. The artwork was never better than under her reign.
Had she been male, she would likely have been remembered in history books as the best ruler of Egypt. Regardless of her success as a leader, she is still an enigma. There has been much controversy about Hatshepsut. It could be due to the patriarchy having little tolerance of images of an empowered woman. No one seems to agree on who the real Hatshepsut was.
There have been massive books written on Hatshepsut, and again there are no real conclusions. Obviously Hatshepsut must have been a very able ruler because she stayed there apparently 22 years.
But somehow, about 20 years after she passed, her statues were broken and all put into a pit. When they found them, they started putting them back together. But like Akhenaten and Nefertiti, the Amarna period, they were largely forgotten because the people who came after were very threatened, and they somehow wanted to destroy all trace. Hatshepsut, Nefertiti and Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, they were the ones that really understood spirituality in some way. I suppose there was no money to be made if you weren't selling salvation.
We may never know how the high courts of ancient Egypt were run. It seems likely that the stories passed down through the patriarchal institutions of the 19th and 20th centuries may have misled us. The peace and prosperity of the 18th dynasty, particularly in the time of Hatshepsut, Nefertiti, and Akhenaten, had to do with honoring the feminine in balance with the masculine. Looking at Egyptian artifacts and frescoes, it is clear that the feminine principle played a prominent role in society and was cherished and revered. The feminine principle was articulated in the concept of a great mother who was central to the ancient Egyptian worldview and was echoed by other world cultures.
The Milky Way in the sky is mythologized in various ways in various traditions and various cultures around the world, and it's often thought of, almost universally thought of, as a great mother principle, the great cosmic mother in the sky.
In ancient Egypt, biology met cosmology, and both were considered sacred.
When you look at the cosmology in terms of biology, is describing events that happen inside of a womb. And the womb happens to be the womb of the mother goddess.
In both Mayan and ancient Egyptian cosmology, the center of the Milky Way galaxy is where stars are born. Metaphorically, it is the womb of the great cosmic mother, represented as Isis, giving birth.
We keep looking at how the ancient Egyptians thought, and everything fed biology and procreation. How we got here, how we came into existence, biology, and then how we left, and how our soul continues to live. And we can see that there aren't really that many symbols that aren't pertaining to balance of the body, mind, and emotions, and to balance between the two hemispheres of the brain. Once we can embrace that, then it's easier to understand the Egyptians.
That switch from matriarchy to patriarchy, I think it's the cause of what's on the world now of conflicts and disagreement and showing off power. Yeah.
Already, the beginning of the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, Egypt was moving from being matriarchal to coming into more patriarchal ways of being and thinking. There were a few periods where the ancient knowledge was remembered, but it's important to remember that there was a lot of ancient Egypt prior to the dynasties and in the early periods that did not represent those values. So the parts of Egypt that I find the most interesting come from the memory of times that came further back.
Collective Coven, and welcome to another episode of Archaeo-Astrology. My name is Trey, aka Taboo Tarot Reader, author of Astrology for Divination, and in this episode we center the women whom were Pharaoh of the land of Kemet, which we know as ancient Egypt. I hope you enjoyed that preface via the documentary series, The Pyramid Code, made by the late great Dr. Carmen Bolter. Rest in power. Dr. Carmen's work studying the deep matriarchal antiquity of pre-dynastic ancient Egypt allows us to deconstruct linear time in order to perceive these grand cycles in which ancient Egyptian civilization, arguably, she said, went through not one, not two, but perhaps 3 full precessional cycles of the equinox. Dr. Carmen's groundbreaking documentary series shows us that if ancient Egypt is much older than modern colonial Egyptologists believe it is, then that means that a lot of ancient Egypt's history was in fact herstory. There is a whole world of ancient Egypt that was matriarchal and lasted a lot longer than dynastic Egypt, which we are familiar with of the patriarchal Pharaoh era. Therefore, if Egypt was matriarchal for much longer than it was a patriarchal civilization, then this all begs the question, what's the connection between these women across the threads of time and the tapestry that they weaved during their lifetimes? In this episode, we will use precessional astrology as a framework to explore and study the historical patterns that can offer us a more holistic, cosmic perspective of what really happened during these women's lifetimes as they rose to the pinnacle of patriarchal dynastic Egypt. But first we must establish some hidden subtext and context. How did so many women come to rule ancient Egypt? This is a very juicy mystery that hints at a covert matriarchal power structure that exists simultaneously and behind the scenes of the overt patriarchal power structure of the pharaohs. Quote, a stolen legacy, the matrilineality of pre-colonial African society. Isis' Egyptian name means seat, i.e. authority, and is the principle of legitimacy, the actual physical throne, as depicted in the ancient Egyptian symbolism with Isis wearing a throne/seat upon her head. Osar, or Osiris, is written hieroglyph with the glyph of the throne and the eye, combining the concept of legitimacy and divinity. Throughout Egyptian history, it was the queen who transmitted the solar blood. The queen was the true sovereign, keeper of the royalty, and guardian of the lineage's purity. Egyptian kings claimed a right to the throne through marriage to the eldest Egyptian princess. By marriage, she transmitted the crown to her husband, but he only acted as her executive agent. The pharaohs, as well as the leaders of the smaller localities, adhered to this matriarchal system. If the pharaoh/leader had no daughters, then a dynasty ended and a new dynasty began, with a new revered maiden woman as a new seed for a new dynasty. Since women were the legal heirs to the throne, they played an important part in the affairs of state, performing as a kind of power broker. The queens of Egypt wielded exceptional influence as advisors to the pharaohs. Surviving records from the Middle Kingdom, 2040 to 1783 BCE, show that the nomes or provinces of Egypt passed from one family to another through heiresses. Thus, he who married the heiress would govern the province. The matrilineal practices in Egypt also applied to the whole society, as evident from the funerary stelae of all kinds of people throughout the known recorded history of Egypt, where it is the usual custom to trace the descent of the deceased on the mother's side and not on that of the father. the person's mother is specified, but not the father, or if he is mentioned, it is only incidentally. This tradition is still enduring secretly, because it is contrary to Islam, among the Baladi Egyptians. For more information about the matrilocal communities in Egypt, read Ancient Egyptian, Culture Revealed, 2nd edition, by Mustafa Gadalla. End quote, via Medium.com. So what does all this mean? You may be wondering, dear viewer. In my humble opinion, this means that ancient Egypt's royal succession was covertly matrilineal, and legitimacy to the throne passed from mother to daughter, not from father to son. Modern academics often, when discussing the legacies of the women who were pharaoh, or rulers of ancient Egypt, claim that these women only their way to the top by their proximity to powerful men, by their relationship to the pharaoh. And like most patriarchal gaslights, this is a narcissistic narrative attempting to smear campaign the powerful women who were pharaoh. Because the truth is the polar opposite. A man who became pharaoh could only claim legitimacy to the throne via his relationship to the women who carried the matrilineal bloodline. If the legacy of matriarchy, even during patriarchal dynastic Egypt, was still covertly honored, then this implies to us that matriarchy was a legacy of pre-dynastic Egypt, and that dynastic Egypt of the pharaohs was a legacy civilization.
Even the pharaohs, symbols of peak patriarchy, maintained matrilineal bloodlines. Whenever a new pharaoh took over, he always married the old pharaoh's daughter in order to claim legitimacy to the throne. Why would they do that? This curious matrilineal tradition is seemingly at odds with patriarchal succession of pharaohs from father to son. Perhaps it is implying to us that the ancient Egyptians understood mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA is special because it's maternally inherited, meaning it's passed down only from the mother's side. This unique inheritance pattern, along with mitochondrial DNA's higher mutation rate and smaller size compared to nuclear DNA, makes it a valuable tool for tracing maternal ancestry and understanding human evolution. Because mitochondrial DNA can be used to trace maternal lineages back through generations, it offers insights into ancient migration patterns and archaic human history. Additionally, mitochondrial DNA is relatively resistant to degradation, even in old samples like bones or teeth. Mitochondrial DNA's high copy number within cells and its resistance to degradation make it useful in forensic science and other fields. Mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell, responsible for generating energy through cellular respiration. The genes encoded in mitochondrial DNA are crucial for the proper functioning of this process. With that brief science summary of mitochondrial DNA, it is hopefully now self-evident how advanced ancient Egyptian science truly was. If from the beginning Kemet inherited its sacred sciences, surely then it wasn't patriarchal dynastic Egyptians who figured out how matrilineal succession works. In relation to the mystery of mitochondrial DNA, this tradition of a new pharaoh marrying the past pharaoh's daughter is undoubtedly a legacy of ancient matriarchal wisdom, which was inherited and distorted. Even in the depths of descent into corruption, matrilineal matriarchy was still covertly honored within patriarchal dynastic Egypt. Matriarchal traditions never ceased, even as dynastic Egypt devolved into patriarchy. They simply were stolen and co-opted by the Amun priesthood, or protected and adapted by the mystery school of Isis. The mystery school of Isis was the subtle power player in Kemet's evolution and devolution, the hidden hand, completely invisible from Egyptology's patriarchal retelling, aka gaslight, of the ancient past. Hatshepsut's herstory is but one example of patriarchy's nasty little habit of literally erasing powerful women from history whom challenge mediocre men's fragile egos.
Now that we have drawn our conscious awareness to this hidden aspect of ancient Egyptian royal succession, we can set the stage for our exploration using the framework of precessional astrology to study the zodiacal aeons, in which we can observe the ebbs and flows of power as embodied in the women who ruled ancient Egypt. In this episode, we will deep dive into 12 powerful women that held the position of rulers or pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Side note, of course, there are most likely more than 12 women who also ruled ancient Egypt, even before the first dynasty. Now, it's important to state that a lot of these women's legacies have been disputed by largely white male heterosexual scholarship. On top of these modern unconscious biases which plague our perceptions of the women who were pharaoh, we must understand, as such was the case of Hatshepsut in the 18th dynasty, that a lot of the pharaohs who followed the women rulers attempted to destroy their legacies. So we are dealing with not only modern sexism, but ancient sexism as well when unraveling the truth. However, we must always remember that the details we are working with have been filtered down through patriarchal deception, destruction, and obliteration of the evidence we are looking for. Therefore, the truth remains a mystery, and we are working with limited puzzle pieces. In my humble opinion, there are striking patterns of similarity to the reigns of all of the female rulers of Egypt. What is this pattern? They were symbolically representing a return to a more ancient and more matriarchal spiritual system that we have interpreted as religion, because our modern patriarchal ego devalues astrology and doesn't understand that the whole hidden root of the matriarchal spiritual systems was astronomy and astrology. According to the current artifacts and information that we have, dynastic Egypt of the pharaohs arguably was institutionalized around 3114 BCE during the last descending age of Taurus, which lasted from roughly 4580 BCE to 2420 BCE. Mindful reminder that mean precessional numbers may vary depending on which calendar system you use to calculate the precession of the equinox. In Vedic astrology, Taurus is governed by its ruling planet, Venus. Venus here is invoking the main principle of the power of attraction between electricity and magnetism following polarization. In the Kalapurusha, the Taurus impulse is the actualization of the creative urge between polarities. Venus corresponds to the third eye and crown chakras. Check out this video to learn about the framework I use for chakra planet correspondences. Now, Taurus is a earth sign, fixed, and yin, and in the tarot corresponds with the Hierophant and Empress major arcanas, in addition to the supporting energies of the King of Swords and Knight of Pentacles minor arcanas. The main patterns that I observed, which evolved during this age of Taurus, in the context of our exploration of the women who were pharaohs of ancient Egypt, is that at this point in space-time, there was a percolation of older matriarchal values that were more or less secret. Because in this context of Kemet's devolution, you could argue, versus evolution, the patriarchy had already been developing, the very concepts of state and patriarchal hierarchy had already been developing in the previous age of Gemini. So there seems to be some type of institutionalization of state and religion during this age of Taurus, which makes sense considering we have the archetypes of the Hierophant and the Empress being invoked here. We can intuit this because during the Nubia period, the ritualized burials were already highly socially stratified, implying patriarchal hierarchy was already fully formed. Religious soft power, in a way, is really the understanding of how to weaponize belief and weaponize the lie in order to make truth a malleable tool or weapon in order to control the populace's perceptions. We can therefore argue that there are these overall themes developing during this Descending Age of Taurus of the development of corruption, wealth and resource hoarding, and patriarchal arbitrary hierarchy being legitimized by personality cults, religions, etc., that are further codified during this Descending Age of Taurus, in which the first dynasty of ancient Egypt begins, repeat, around 3114 BCE. Therefore, I feel it is important to remember here that this is likely the age in which the patriarchal practice of ritualized bull sacrifice began. All in all, it seems this Descending Age of Taurus was an endurance test for the Empress archetype, for the mystery school of Isis, perhaps. Matriarchal power was embodied by powerful women from the very inception of the first dynasty, in which we see the possibility precedent of the first documented female ruler of the first dynasty, Meryt-Neith, who was possibly Pharaoh circa 3000 to 2950 BCE. Meryt-Neith was the wife of Gent, who ruled around 3000 BC. She was laid to rest in the tombs of other First Dynasty pharaohs, and her burial site contained artifacts usually reserved for kings, including a solar boat to travel to the next world, and her name is found on seals listing the names of other First Dynasty pharaohs. However, some seals refer to Meryt-Neith as the mother of the king, while others imply that she herself was a ruler of Egypt. The dates of her birth and death are unknown. Meryt-Neith's final resting tomb at Abydos is a very mysterious site. In a royal cemetery, she is the only documented female ruler whose tomb has been discovered thus far, which suggests that she was a ruler in her own right. One of the most intriguing aspects of this discovery is the rarity of Queen Meryt-Neith's royal tomb in Abydos. Kohler explained that to date, Queen Meryt-Neith may be the only woman from the first dynasty whose royal tomb has been uncovered in Abydos. This makes the findings all the more exceptional, offering a unique opportunity to delve into the life and legacy of this enigmatic queen. The tomb not only contains insights into Queen Meryt-Neith's life, but also provides a glimpse into the social structure of ancient Egyptian society. Buried near the queen are 41 tombs belonging to her courtiers and servants. These individuals played vital roles in the queen's life and were given a place of honor in her final resting place. Intriguingly, the mission is far from over, and researchers are tirelessly working to uncover more information about Queen Meryt-Neith's life, her reign, and the significance of the sealed wine vessels. Each discovery offers a new piece of the puzzle, gradually bringing Queen Meryt-Neith and her time back to life in our collective imagination. The archaeological mission in Abydos serves as a testament to the enduring allure of ancient Egypt and its endless capacity to surprise us with glimpses into the past. As researchers continue to meticulously study the contents of Queen Meryt-Neith's tomb, we can look forward to even more revelations about this remarkable queen and the civilization she was a part of. The 5,000-year-old wine, once enjoyed by the queen, now offers a toast to the enduring curiosity and dedication of modern archaeologists. The first documented Egyptian female ruler, Meryt-Neith, or Meryt-Neith, was a regent or consort. Her name is linked to the goddess Neith, and means beloved by Neith. She ruled Egypt after the death of Shet, because their son was too young to rule. She had power until Den was mature enough to become a king. But due to the lack of resources, it cannot be concluded if she was the first or second queen to rule Egypt. If she was the second, her reign is better documented than that of her predecessor. However, the greatest evidence about her life and reign was clothes in her tomb amongst the male royal tombs at Abydos. Tomb Y is a complex that belongs to King Meryt-Neith, a woman's name. The items with her name inscribed were discovered in mastaba number 3503. Among them were jars, stone vessels, and seals. Nonetheless, some researchers disagree with this information and suggest that there are not enough resources to confirm that she ruled alone. Moreover, a seal discovered in another tomb mentions all the rulers of the first dynasty, except Meryt-Neith. Meryt-Neith seems to have been forgotten, intentionally or not, during the New Kingdom period. Her name doesn't appear on the list of rulers, but it was included on the famous Palermo stone that was created during the Old Kingdom. Her name is also known from a seal discovered in the tomb of her son Den. The seal mentions the names of rulers who were kings of the first dynasty before him. Apart from Meryt-Neith, all the other rulers are definitely male because their names are connected to the god Horus. Only Meryt-Neith has a title of the king's mother. Testimony to the first female ruler near the Nile. Goddess Neith is one of the most complex and oldest deities of ancient Egypt. She inspired her daughters to rule the world. The first female rulers of ancient Egypt dedicated their power and lives to this deity. After the death of Meryt-Neith, her position was held by Seshemekka, Semat, Zerethor, and Fatiritis. Their reigns don't seem too interesting, and it is possible that they were just average pharaoh wives. But other female rulers eventually followed to gain positions and power in the ancient Egyptian world. End quote. Now, in my humble opinion, I personally intuit that Meryt-Neith was from a very ancient matrilineal line associated with the Nakata cultures, especially her predecessor, the other possible female ruler, Neith-hikret. Goddess Neith is one of the most ancient deities of the pre-dynastic period. So Meryt-Neith's very namesake is implying to us a legacy tradition from matriarchal times. I feel this pattern that we already see with the first documented female ruler, Meryt-Neith, of a regent who takes over from the next male heir, usually a much younger family member, is present as a narrative from the very first dynasty. So let's examine this pattern from multiple angles. Now, if Meryt-Neith was from this more ancient matrilineal bloodline of the Nakata rulers, then it is arguable that she was from a long tradition of co-regency, in which there was both the male ruler equal to the female ruler. They were co-regents who shared power. Traditionally, in matriarchal times, the co-regents were brother and sister who shared the same mitochondrial DNA. In later patriarchal dynastic Egypt, this is why we see the inbreeding and incest of the pharaohs who married their sisters once this matriarchal tradition had been distorted and devolved. Now, obviously, the modern male ego of patriarchal academia, which is in denial of the past matriarchal times, will perceive a female adult co-regent stepping up and stepping in on behalf of a younger future male heir as a manipulative, masculine woman who wants to come in and domineer and dominate men, perhaps even pretend to be a man, a gender-bender imposter who stole the throne. This is the narrative that we have been sold by modern Egyptology. And this is obviously scapegoating the female ruler who is a co-regent already. This is simply someone who is not taking over the throne from a man, but is stepping up and stepping in to fulfill her duties as the co-regent. So we have to deconstruct that cloud of confusion, or to find clarity about what this pattern
of the female regent coming into her own as a rightful ruler, and later on in later dynasties, a pharaoh. It's inviting us to ask some questions about how this pattern could be reinterpreted from a matriarchal lens. Now, in my humble opinion, this pattern could also be interpreted as the mystery school of Isis taking a more direct approach during the descending ages to exert their influence. This pattern could be a contingency plan, a direct action to maintain certain matrilineal bloodlines, to maintain and consolidate a dynasty's power and long-term influence by having the female co-regent step in to act on behalf of the younger male heir. It's highly likely, in my opinion, that considering the pharaoh's covert matrilineal succession practices, as we have already established, and considering that the woman who was co-regent was carrying the DNA of the entire dynasty, and therefore the seed of that dynasty within her. With this level of understanding, the mystery school of Isis was intimately concerned with the evolution and maintenance of pharaonic dynastic bloodlines. Therefore, perhaps when the male heir was too young or too incompetent or too distracted by the harem pygmies, ultimately the mystery school of Isis perceived that male heir as a potential weak link and threat to the long-term stability of the bloodline. Or alternatively, the mystery school of Isis, for whatever reason, understood that the current pharaoh, as an executive agent of the co-regent, the queen consort, was ultimately, during this age of Taurus, especially heading into the age of Aries, there was so much war happening. There was a descent at this point into the chaos of patriarchal violence and power over. Side note, it's very intriguing that in Mesoamerican and Mayan calendar cosmology, Venus, the ruling planet of Taurus, is perceived as a masculine malefic, which corresponds to warfare and all of the shadow aspects of the human primal sexual nature. This resonates here so much with the Descending Age of Taurus themes, because this is ultimately invoking to us a story about the desecration and violation and betrayal of the sacred feminine, of the sister co-regent, who was sloughed off by the patriarchy, denied, oppressed, delegitimized, devalued, and discarded. The sacred feminine had long been desecrated. The betrayal of patriarchy had already happened long ago. And therefore, the mystery school of Isis could often perceive a young male future heir to be obviously very easily corruptible and easy to manipulate from interfering third-party energies who just wanted to get close to the throne, the sycophants, the bootlickers, the grifters, and therefore it makes sense, in my humble opinion, that they would find a more solid option in a grown-ass woman versus a little man-child boy pharaoh. Therefore, within the context of the unification of the Egyptian state and codification of religion, which went on to legitimize the arbitrary hierarchy of the patriarchal pharaohs, what are the shadow qualities of the Hierophant Major Arcana, the Empress Major Arcana, and the King of Swords and Knight of Pentacles Minor Arcanas? In my humble opinion, this is inviting us to, in particular, look at the shadow qualities of the Hierophant Major Arcana. The shadow qualities of the Hierophant, blending with the Empress especially, in my humble opinion, are invoking the dangers of having blind faith with authority figures in public institutions, deception, corruption of religious institutions, being naive to the mask that powerful people present when interacting with the public. this is inviting us to ask some questions in the journey of the swords, the King of Swords, of what it means to develop discernment. Perhaps this Descending Age of Taurus was the beginning of the modern phenomenon of narcissism, self-aggrandizement, an inflated, grandiose ego, religious narcissists who believe in their own arbitrary authority and tell you that God is a sky daddy just because they say so. So we see this overall theme of the development of narcissistic personality cults and how sociopathic people are attracted to corrupt patriarchal institutions of power over and dominance and violence. Perhaps this is the beginning, this Descending Age of Taurus, of the death cult, blood from sacrifice, war, and violence. Religion and delusion go hand in hand. So was this the beginning of the patriarchy's delusion that blood from death is the same as blood from life? Blood from life, the menstrual blood, which carries mitochondrial DNA. Big mystery indeed. The path to even becoming a female ruler isn't just something that happens overnight. These women were prepared their entire lives since childhood to step into this role. It wasn't just something that happened all of a sudden that they became the ruler of the most powerful ancient civilization the world's ever seen. Meryt-Neith's ascendancy to the throne was a subtle declaration of matriarchal power that was entrenched with the Naqada bloodline, clearly in pre-dynastic Egypt, heading into this time of transition during the Descending Ages of Gemini and Taurus. And therefore, we have to understand this context that it is highly likely that a much more ancient covert matriarchal power structure like the mystery school of Isis was attempting to avert crisis and collapse of the entire civilization because it was already pulled into this dark cycle of war. Therefore, with this expanded awareness of potential hidden shadow power dynamics, about how, from the very beginning of the first dynasty, women were already in these positions of unbelievable power and influence. Why and how did this system evolve? Well, it's because from the very beginning, the very inception of the first dynasty, Egypt was a fully formed civilization that then deteriorated throughout the entire rest of its lifespan as a civilization. From the very inception of the first dynasty, Egypt had high-level technology that evolved throughout its devolution into dynastic, patriarchal times of the pharaohs. And when we understand this, then we can understand that Meryt-Neith, as the possibility president, is embodying the legacy tradition of the matriarchal pre-dynastic times. She is embodying the matriarchal warrior mother goddess, Neith, mother of Set and Sobek. And in my humble opinion, it is a fascinating case study that is implying to us that ancient Kemet was from the very first dynasty a matrilineal, matriarchal, and maritime civilization of deep antiquity. If you're still with me, dear viewer, thank you so much. Let's keep it pushing in our exploration of the powerful women that held the position of ruler/pharaoh of ancient Egypt. Next up, we have documented in the third dynasty, circa 2686 BCE to 2613 BCE, a possible ruler named Nimaathap. Not much is known about this mysterious woman other than the bloodline to which she mothered. What we do know is that at this point in the third dynasty, we are
approaching the final stages of the Descending Age of Taurus, heading into the transition into the Age of Aries. Now, ancient Egyptian records refer to Nimaathap as the mother of Djoser. He was probably the second king of the third dynasty, the period during which the upper and lower kingdoms of ancient Egypt were unified. Djoser is best known as the builder of the step pyramid at Saqqara. Little is known about Nimaathap, but records indicate that she may briefly have been a female pharaoh of Egypt, perhaps while Djoser was still a child. Nimaathap's name is also read as Nimaathap. Her name is connected to the earth god Hapi. This is similar to the name of Queen Khentkaus of the First Dynasty. In both cases, some scholars believe that the connection between the queen's names and the god Apis refers to a somewhat later introduced title of the king, bull of his mother. An old reading once was Hepenmaat, because the syllable Hapi was not recognized as the name of Hapi yet.
Outdated theories once held that Nimaathap was the daughter of Khentkaus, that she married a king, Nebka, and that Djoser was the first rightful king from that bloodline. This would have fit with the Ramesside kings list, which let the third dynasty begin with King Nebka. It would also have matched the chronicles of Manetho, who places a king, Nesherophis, before King Djoser, whom he calls Tesorthros. However, these theories are now disproven by the large number of seal impressions and a few stone bowl inscriptions bearing Nimaathap's titles: Mother of the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Mother of Royal Children, and King's Wife. It is now believed that Nimaathap was a princess of the Northern Royal House. When Khentkaus fought the Northern Royal House at Upper Egypt and was victorious, Nimaathap was handed over as some kind of trophy. Scholars are now also convinced that Djoser was indeed a founder of a new dynasty because Djoser and Nimaathap buried Khentkaus at the Thinite cemetery of Abydos, but Djoser founded a new Memphite cemetery at Saqqara. Djoser buried his father at the site where Khentkaus' house originated from. Together, Djoser and Nimaathap arranged the burial. After this, Nimaathap possibly supported her son for a few years, as the relief fragment from Heliopolis may indicate. After her death, Nimaathap was obviously long remembered and honored as a co-founder of a new dynasty, as the mortuary service of the 4th dynasty mortuary priest, Meryt-Neith, proves. It's important to remember that the Egyptological narratives, coming from the little information we have about who Nimaathap truly was, center around a man. In this case, her alleged son, Djoser, who has been attributed to the step pyramid of Saqqara, which was, we know, actually oversaw by the chief of the astronomers at Heliopolis, Imhotep. And the Great Wall of Time at the step pyramid of Saqqara encodes advanced astronomical wisdom about the Sotic cycle, the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, aka Isis. The mystery of Imhotep's Wall of Time, which exhibits evidence of precise astronomical and calendrical information encoding the heliacal rising of Sirius' cycle in the structure itself. Saqqara is a very mysterious ancient megalithic site which exhibits high-level technology, most notably the underground Serapeum. So there is definitely a high likelihood that Imhotep was working with ancient sacred wisdom from the elevated ancient ancestors, and that he built the step pyramid on a much more ancient site. Quote, the Great Wall of Time. In the Egypt Code, we demonstrated that evidence about the Sotic cycle and precession involving the star Sirius could be found in the elaborate design of the step pyramid complex of King Djoser at Saqqara, or more precisely, in the design of the gigantic boundary wall
that surrounds the complex. See figure 6.4. The step pyramid complex is dated to about 2650 BCE, and is said to be the very first major architectural complex of ancient Egypt, and according to many, the oldest in the whole world. It is one of those curious facts of history that we actually know the name and function of the architect who was responsible for its design. His name was Imhotep, and he was vizier to King Djoser. According to Professor I.E.S. Edwards,
Imhotep's title, Chief of the Observers, which became the regular title of the High Priest of Heliopolis, may itself suggest an occupation connected with astral rather than solar observation. It is significant that the High Priest of the center of the Sunfall at Heliopolis bore the title Chief of the Astronomers, and was represented wearing a mantle adorned with stars.
In the recently built museum at the reception area at Saqqara, Imhotep is given a place of honor, and there are several statues representing this Leonardo da Vinci of the ancient world. His name, titles, and functions are attested on the pedestal of a statue of King Djoser. As we have seen, it seems certain that a calendar based on the heliacal rising of Sirius was used since earliest time in Egypt and was referred to sometimes as the Sotic calendar. It also seems certain that this calendar was eventually formally adopted by the Heliopolis priests, who pinned it to their own newly devised civil calendar when a Sotic cycle was made to begin with the New Year's Day of 1 Thoth. It is thus quite possible that it was Imhotep who introduced the Sotic calendar based on the cycles of Sirius, or as we now strongly suspect, merely formalized it from an earlier calendar that was already in place with the prehistoric star people of Nabta-Playa. At any rate, much evidence supports the view that a Sotic calendar ran parallel to a civil calendar, so that they both resynchronize every 1,460 years, that is, every Sotic cycle. According to the science historian Gerald J. Withrow,
there is reason to associate this with the minister of King Djoser of the Third Dynasty known as Imhotep.
Bearing this in mind, and also recalling that Imhotep was the architect of the very first pyramid complex in Egypt, we would expect to find some indication of the Sotic cycle in the design of his masterpiece, the step pyramid complex at Saqqara. In the Egypt Code, we discuss at length the design of the step pyramid complex and the intense astronomical and calendrical quality that it exhibits. Intriguing is a very curious architectural feature called a serdab that is linked to the north base of the step pyramid itself. The serdab consists of a small stone cubicle that is inclined against the slope of the lowest tier of the step pyramid at an angle of about 15 degrees and oriented about 4.5 degrees east of due north. The peculiarity of this cubicle is that inside it was a seated statue of King Djoser, which faces north and seems to look out of the cubicle through two peepholes cut into its north wall. The consensus among Egyptologists today is that the statue was meant to be gazing into the circumpolar region of the sky, where it could be found the important constellation of the Big Dipper. Our calculations show that circa 2650 BCE, when the step pyramid was constructed, the exact spot in the sky on which the gaze of the statue of Djoser seems transfixed was occupied once every 24 hours by the star Al-Qaid, the lowest star of the Big Dipper, which marked the hoof of the bull's thigh asterism of the ancient Egyptians. Perhaps the reason behind this alignment was to mark the rising time of the star Sirius in the east. In other words, precisely when the hoof star Al-Qaid aligned itself with the direction of gaze of the statue in the north, the star Sirius would be seen rising in the east. It is interesting to consider again, as we did in Chapter 4, why Imhotep chose to orient Djoser's statue to gaze at the hoof star, Al-Qaid, instead of the brighter upper thigh star, Dubi. The tracking of the rising of Sirius with the Big Dipper would come naturally to an avid stargazer living in Egypt at the time of Imhotep, mainly because an interesting simultaneous alignment took place each day between the culmination of Sirius on the south meridian and the culmination of the brightest star on the Big Dipper, Dubi, on the north meridian. We will recall from Chapter 4 that two important stars tracked by the prehistoric stargazers of Nabta-Playa were Dubi and Sirius. Once such a conjunction is noticed, a person such as Imhotep, who was adept in geometry and astronomy, would realize very quickly that the perpetual circular trajectory of the Big Dipper around the north celestial pole could be used as a sort of dial to mark the rising, culmination, and setting of the star Sirius. The Big Dipper contains 7 bright stars, with the two brightest being Dubi and Al-Qaid. These stars appear to revolve around a fixed point, the north celestial pole, in one full day. In other words, they travel in a circular, counterclockwise direction, a bit like the hand of a clock moving backward for 12 hours.
if we observe these specific constellations night after night, month after month, and year after year, their cycles eventually become second nature to us and become ingrained in our memory. What Imhotep could not help but notice was that when Sirius rose in the east, the star Al-Qaid was at about 4.5 degrees east of the meridian. The important pieces for our argument that Imhotep had to note were 1. When the star Dubi was at north meridian, the star Sirius was at south meridian, and 2. When the star Al-Qaid was about 4.5 degrees east of north, and at altitude 15 degrees, the line of sight of Djoser's statue in the small stone cubicle at Saqqara. The star Sirius was rising in the east. If Imhotep was to have access to earlier observations, such as, say, those made at Elephantine centuries before or even earlier ones made at Nabta-Playa, he would have realized that the position of the star Sirius had changed due to the precession. As we saw in Chapter 4, this may explain why Imhotep directed the Serdab toward Al-Qaid rather than to Dubi. Imhotep, as the designer of the first major architectural complex of Old Kingdom Egypt, may have been paying homage to his distant ancestors who originated this astral ritual at Nabta-Playa when the Hus star Al-Qaid moved into place to initiate the Bull's Thigh constellation as the circumpolar star group that would herald the rise of Sirius. Had he known of an earlier 365-day calendar, Imhotep would also have realized that New Year's Day had drifted from the heliacal rising of Sirius at the rate of about 1 day every 4 years, and would synchronize again at about every 1,460 years, every Sotic cycle. In addition, the fact that a Sotic cycle had begun in Imhotep's lifetime, or just before, would certainly have induced him to commemorate this event in his great architectural design of the Step Pyramid Complex. It should come as no surprise then that the number 1,460, as we will see, comes up in the design of the massive boundary wall that surrounds the Step Pyramid Complex. The Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser was named Horus is the star at the head of the sky, which alone implies some cosmic function related to the principal or brightest star in the sky, which can be only Sirius. This is confirmed by the fact that the god Horus, in very early times, was also identified with this star. The most impressive feature of the Step Pyramid Complex, other than the pyramid itself, is the huge 10-meter high, or 33 feet high, boundary wall that once enclosed the entire complex. It is a rectangle 550 meters, or 1,804 feet, long and 220 meters, or 722 feet, wide, and even today it would be considered a masterpiece of architecture. Rather than simply making the wall with a smooth base, Imhotep incorporated in its design an elaborate system of recesses and protrusions, massive bastions, and false doors. There are no less than 192 recesses and protrusions, 14 false doors, 4 corner bastions, and a main monumental entrance. On all of these features there are vertical panels, each some 20 centimeters, or 8 inches, wide, 3 centimeters, about 1 inch deep, and several meters high, some cut into the wall, others flush with it. The west wall contains 1,461 panels, and the east side contains 1,458, or 1,459 panels. The south side and north side each contains 732 panels, thus a total of 366 times 4 equals 1,464. These numbers, to say the least, speak of calendrical meaning that is specifically related to Sirius, which is very near the Sotic cycle duration. 1,460 minus 1, and 366 implies the sidereal year. Let us see why. Sufi tradition and the wall. We can note that the design of this massive temple complex enclosure recalls the words of one of our teachers of the ancient meditation technique of Sufi Sakir. The design of all Persian rugs harks back to a very ancient spiritual tradition. If we look at the design of any Persian rug, it always consists of a garden-like complex enclosed by a very elaborate wall with many recesses and complex meanderings. This design, the Sufi said, is a representation of the primordial garden enclosed by a wall with 125,000 doors, and each door, it is said, represents a new way to enter the garden, which opens up each time another human becomes fully enlightened, through Sufi or any other yogic practice. The Sufi tradition, it is claimed, originates from extremely ancient times. It is interesting to speculate that the genius priest Imhotep designed the giant Djoser complex enclosure wall as astronomical, calendrical, and developmental spiritual, thus symbolizing the connection among humans, mind, and cosmos on both a subtle level and an enormous monumental architecture that exists out in plain sight. First, and most obviously, we consider the number 1,461. As we've noted, the solar year is not exactly 365 days, but has an extra 0.242 day, or approximately an extra quarter day, as does the Julian year we use today, which is exactly 365.25 years. A peculiarity of the star Sirius, which was apparently known to the ancient Egyptians, was that its yearly cycle was nearly 365.25 days during Old Kingdom times, thus making a Sotic cycle of 365.25 times 4 equals 1,461, the same length as the solar year return cycle, and also the number of panels on the west side of the boundary wall of the step pyramid complex. What, however, of the east wall of the step pyramid complex, which has 1,458 or 1,459 panels, and the north and south walls, which each have 732 panels? The answer emerges if we look in more detail at Sotic cycles. Many historians of astronomy and Egyptian chronologists have often pointed out that the length of the true astronomical Sotic cycle for the heliacal rising of Sirius to return to the exact point in the sidereal year varies slightly, and according to the British astronomer M.F. Ingham, it ranged during dynastic Egyptian times from 1,450 years to 1,460 years. In Appendix 2, we see the nature of Sotic cycles and calculate the length of the Sotic cycles in Old Kingdom times, independently testing Ingham's values by using a slightly different method. We set the year 2781 BCE, the day of summer solstice, as a starting point for a Sotic cycle, and to constrain a definition for heliacal rising of Sirius. We then find that the Sotic cycle immediately preceding 2781 BCE was 1,459 Egyptian civil calendar years, or 1,458 Julian years, and the Sotic cycle starting at 2781 BCE was 1,457 Egyptian civil calendar years. Both those values essentially agree with Ingham's calculations. We conclude then that the east wall represents the exact Sotic cycle duration up to the design and construction of the complex, which itself commemorates or inaugurates the correspondence of the heliacal rising of Sirius with the summer solstice, an event that happens only once every 26,000 years. Thus, the 1,461 panel wall may reflect a standardized or general public knowledge cycle, and the 1,459 panel wall could reflect the esoteric knowledge of the exact natural cycle known only to initiates such as Imhotep. Egyptologists agree that Imhotep lived in the reign of King Djoser during the 3rd dynasty, which, they say, began in the year 2630 BCE. They openly admit, however, that a margin of error of at least 150 years must be allowed for the early dynasties, thus placing Imhotep as living any time between 2780 and 2480 BCE. The date, 2780 BCE, which could well have been the start of Djoser's reign, now also rings a bell, for it was the year when the summer solstice coincided with the heliacal rising of Sirius, and also when, most chronologists strongly suspect, the official civil calendar was set in motion. Therefore, we see that both the calculated value of 1,461 years and the actual value of 1,459 years of the Sotic cycle, which is a combination of the solar and stellar cycles, are expressed on the east and west sides of the boundary wall. Further, the precise difference between the two durations is expressed by the walls that connect them in terms of the number of sidereal days, or star days, which also is a combination of solar and stellar times. Finally, the whole step pyramid complex and the small stone cubicle/serdab are aligned with the Big Dipper to mark the reappearance of Sirius in the east at the one time in 26,000 years that this occurs on summer solstice. All of these facts taken together cannot be a coincidence. The entire complex appears to announce the long-term cosmic cycles of Sirius, how they are measured and predicted and connected to the human-made cycles of the civil calendar, all constructed around the very special time when heliacal reappearance of Sirius coincided with the summer solstice. Of course, this interpretation addresses not only the elegant calendar and cosmic meanings of the wall panel design, but also the reason why the step pyramid complex was built at that precise time. If we accept that Imhotep knew not only that an approximation to the Sotic cycle was 1,461 Egyptian civil years, but also the precise duration of the previous Sotic cycle, and that this cycle is a combination of solar and sidereal motions, and if we also accept that he had a concept of the difference between the sidereal day and the solar day, then it is highly likely that he was informed by careful observations going back at least one Sotic cycle, that is, back to 4,241 BCE, to the period of heavy activity at Napta, Playa, end quote, via Imhotep the African. Considering we know so little about Nimaathap's life and death, if she was a female ruler in her own right, acting as a regent on behalf of her young son Djoser, then again we see, just like Meryt-Neith before her of the first dynasty, this pattern of a older woman relative stepping up and stepping in to perform the pharaonic duties on behalf of a younger future male heir. A lot of patriarchal academics perceive this as a succession crisis, considering this is the very end of the 3rd dynasty and the beginning of the 4th dynasty. However, in my humble opinion, this pattern of a potential co-regent stepping up and stepping in to rule in her own right is a much more mysterious puzzle, because there is a lot of information about Nimaathap that is in the realm of our blind spots, which we just simply don't know. But there is a lot that we can intuit or come up with potential theories, possibilities, and probabilities about why her bloodline was connected to the site of Saqqara, which surely was built on top of a much more ancient site from deep matriarchal times. All of underground Egypt is the blind spot that a lot of people have regarding the significance of these ancient sacred sites, because what we see on the surface is just a aspect of the holistic structure itself and what's underground. In Serpent in the Sky, John Anthony West says, quote, "The religious centers at Heliopolis, Memphis, Thebes, and Hermopolis do not represent separate lying cults, nor a political and social federation. Rather, each reveals one of the principal phases or aspects of Genesis." End quote, page 127. So, what does this mean? If Imhotep, who has been attributed as the architect of the step pyramid of Saqqara, was chief of the astronomers at Heliopolis, then he was simply part of one temple of a larger holistic system. All of the sacred temples were part of a spiritual system which was at least 10,500 years old, developed during Tepi the first time. So if various priestly orders oversaw each temple, who was overseeing the entire spiritual system, in particular the underground spaces, with the intention of preserving it, hidden in plain sight? The Pharaoh was simply a temporary figurehead or executive agent. The real power lay in the legitimacy of the dynasty and maintenance of the matrilineal bloodline throughout time. So if we decenter the royal men and center the women who carry the seed of the matrilineal bloodline, then maybe this is implying to us that the advanced astronomical wisdom encoded in the step pyramid, Imhotep's wall of time, regarding the Sotic cycle, the heliacal rising of Sirius, and the precession of the equinox, was inherited wisdom from pre-dynastic matriarchal times. Ergo, the mystery school of Isis perhaps is behind the scenes here, moving some pieces on the board. In my humble opinion, this is implying to us that if the mystery school of Isis was responsible for the maintenance of underground sacred spaces like the Serapeum beneath the step pyramid at Saqqara, then this means that the mystery school of Isis was not an ego-driven spiritual cult guided by the calculus of political power. No, the mystery school of Isis was concerned with the longer game. As long as the holistic spiritual system continued, the Pharaoh's individuality and legacy was irrelevant. Any spiritual system's power lies in its longevity, i.e. the ability to adapt, observe, and neutralize temporary threats by outlasting them in the long term. This indirect wait-and-see, yin strategy, is the opposite of direct force in the short-term span of time. therefore, considering we know that Egypt, throughout the lifespan of its civilization, even in dynastic times, dismantled, renovated, and repurposed the sacred temples intentionally to reach cosmic harmony through the drift of the zodiacal ages, then this shows that one physical temple or pyramid was not more important, and therefore, by proxy, one individual pharaoh was not more important than the holistic spiritual system. Surely, priesthoods of men could become corrupt, like the Amun priesthood. However, modern Egyptology thoroughly misunderstands and misinterprets the significance of ancient sacred sites, considering they are completely and woefully committed to denial about the true antiquity of this spiritual system that is rooted in astronomy and astrology. Hence why they label it a star religion in order to devalue, delegitimize, and discard the truth, which they seemingly aren't very curious about. In my humble opinion, considering all of the advanced astronomical wisdom encoded in the step pyramid at Saqqara, then this connects Nimaathap indirectly to the signature of the astronomical and astrological sacred wisdom of the matriarchal spiritual systems. Meaning that the step pyramid that is attributed to Imhotep in honor of King Djoser is embodying the ancient wisdom of the elevated ancient ancestors from matriarchal times. So it is highly likely that if King Djoser was aware of this advanced astronomy and Coven step pyramid, that means Nimaathap was also aware of this information. All of these human beings, Nimaathap, Djoser, and Imhotep, certainly were most likely aware of the true significance of not only the step pyramid at Saqqara, encoding awareness of the subject cycle of the heliacal rising of Sirius, but they also most likely were also aware of the underground Serapeum's true significance, linking it to all the other underground sites in Egypt. Is it a coincidence that Nimaathap's bloodline is associated with this much more ancient site at Saqqara? In my humble opinion, it's very interesting that the same pattern of Meryt-Neith acting as a regent on behalf of a younger future male heir is repeated here with Nimaathap, and this pattern, as we shall see, is pretty much the standard narrative with all of the future female rulers and possible woman pharaohs. Is it a coincidence that the Great Pyramids at Giza are connected to our next possible female pharaoh? There is a vast web of intrigue here, and in my humble opinion, this has the fingerprints of the mystery school of Isis all over it. If you're still with me, dear viewer, thank you so much. Your presence is truly appreciated here. Next up in our exploration of the women who were pharaoh is Khentkaus of the 4th dynasty, 2613 BCE to 2494 BCE, which places us at the very tail end of the Age of Taurus as we near the Aries cusp. At this point of space-time, we are working with very little biographical information about who Khentkaus truly was during her lifetime. But we do have a significant amount of intriguing ancient structures which connects her to the Giza Plateau.
According to archaeologists, Khentkaus has been characterized in inscriptions as the mother of two Egyptian pharaohs, probably Sahure and Neith-hikret of the 5th dynasty. There is some evidence that she may have served as regent for her young sons, or perhaps ruled Egypt herself for a brief time. Other records suggest she was married either to the ruler Shepseskaf of the 4th dynasty or to Userkaf of the 5th dynasty. However, the nature of records from this period in ancient Egyptian history is so fragmentary as to make confirming her biography impossible. Modern Eurocentric Egyptology has characterized Khentkaus' possible rulership as, quote, the Khentkaus problem, unquote, which reeks of patriarchal paternalism, and at the end of the day, there are a lot of theories and little consensus regarding who Khentkaus truly was. So a lot of these theories are conjecture at the end of the day. However, what's relevant to our exploration here is Hermann Juncker was the first one to propose that Khentkaus was the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. He believed that the existence of the pyramid town that is a part of her burial temple complex suggests that Khentkaus was a very important person. There's so much material to cover here, and since my intention in this documentary is to synthesize information in order to weave a tapestry of understanding, let's just remember there's so many nooks, crannies, and rabbit holes that we could travel down when exploring these mysteries. But what we do know for sure is that Khentkaus' tomb links her to the pyramids at the Giza Plateau. Quote, the pyramid complex of Khentkaus I. The pyramid complex of Khentkaus consists of the pyramid, a chapel, a solar boat, the pyramid city, a water tank, and granaries. The pyramid originally was described in the 19th century as an unfinished pyramid, and it had been conjectured that it belonged to King Shepseskaf. The pyramid was excavated by Selim Hassan starting in 1932. The tomb was given the number LG-100 by Lepsius. The chapel consisted of a main hall and an inner chapel. A passage cut in the floor of the inner chapel leads to the burial chamber. The floor of the chapel was covered in Tura limestone. The walls were covered in relief, but the scenes are very badly damaged. Relief fragments were found in the debris when the tomb was excavated by Selim Hassan. The passage to the burial chamber and the chamber itself were lined with red granite. The passageway is 5.6 meters long and descends below the main structure of the pyramid. The burial chamber is large and most closely resembles the burial chamber of King Shepseskaf in Saqqara. The burial chamber possibly housed an alabaster sarcophagus. Many pieces were found in the sand and debris that filled the chamber. The chamber also contained a small scarab made of a brown limestone. Its craftsmanship appears to connect the scarab to the 12th dynasty. The presence of the scarab leads some to believe that her tomb was reused for later burials. Her solar bow is located in the southwest of the pyramid. A pit measuring some 30.25 meters long and 4.25 meters deep was cut into the rock. The prow and stern of the boat were upraised, and the boat appears to have had a roof. It may represent the night boat of the sun god Ra. If so, there may be an accompanying day boat yet to be found. Immediately to the east of the pyramid lies a pyramid city. The city is laid out along several streets that divide the city into groups of houses. These houses have their own magazines and granaries. The city was constructed from unbaked mud brick, and surfaces were covered in a yellow plaster. The city was probably the home of the priests and servants of the pyramid complex. The pyramid city was constructed toward the end of the 4th dynasty or beginning of the 5th dynasty, and seems to have been functioning well into the 6th dynasty. The Valley Temple of Khentkaus I. A causeway connects the pyramid chapel to the Valley Temple of Khentkaus. The temple lies close to the Valley Temple of Menkaure, which suggests a close relationship between Khentkaus and Menkaure. In front of the temple, a small structure referred to as the washing tent of Khentkaus was discovered. This structure was the location where her body would have been taken to be purified before being embalmed. The debris filling this chamber contained many fragments of stone vessels, pot shards, and flint instruments. The floor is the opening of a limestone drain which runs downward under the ground for a distance of 7 to 20 meters, emptying into a large rectangular basin. The drain is covered by arched sections of the same material, the whole forming an almost circular stone pipe. Although by no means the oldest subterranean water channel known in Egyptian funerary architecture, according to Hassan, it is the earliest of this particular type and construction. The valley temples of Khentkaus and Menkare were both partially constructed of mud brick and finished with white limestone and alabaster. The main entrance is located on the northern side, which is a departure from the more common situation where the main entrance is located to the east. Entering the valley temple from the main entrance, one would walk up a wide brick-paved causeway which runs up from the valley in a westerly direction. The doorway was embellished with a portico held up by 2 columns. Once one enters the doorway opens into a vestibule, the roof of which was supported upon 4 columns. Near the doorway, a statue of King Khafre, father of Menkare, once stood. Remains of a statue of a king, possibly Khafre, and the body of a sphinx statue were found in the vestibule of the temple. The vestibule opens up to a court, which in turn led to the magazines. End quote. In my humble opinion, if the pyramids at Giza are at least 10,500 years old, then this is a perhaps subtle declaration by Khentkaus attempting to connect her to the elevated ancient ancestors who were the pyramid builders, perhaps as political propaganda, legitimizing her dynasty, her bloodlines, divine right to rule. Quote, the lost tomb of Khentkaus is the correspondent of the star Sirius, processing by Armando May. The tomb of Khentkaus has the following properties. The lower part was built at the same time as the pyramids and the Sphinx. The lower part of the tomb has water erosion, so too has the Sphinx. Its base is entirely carved in the rock and has a spiral shape. Its transposition on a plane surface is equal to the orbital movement of Sirius. Khentkaus' tomb proportions are very close to some Sirius physical parameters. For example, the tomb height is 10 meters. Or in Egyptian cubits, it is 22.37 cubits. Sirius's brightness is 22.40, difference negative 0.03. The area of the tomb is 2,083.9 square meters. Sirius's mass is 1/1000 of this value, 2.15, difference negative 0.067. The tomb perimeter is 182.6 meters. Sirius's radius is 1/100 of this value, 1.88, difference negative 0.054. Sirius's angular separation from east is 67 degrees, 59 minutes and 22 seconds. Khentkaus' tomb position from east is 67 degrees, 32 minutes, 0 seconds, a difference of 0 degrees, 27 minutes and 22 seconds. In conclusion, the lower part of the Khentkaus tomb is the ancient throne of Isis. That's the hermetic message that the lost civilization of Giza wanted to convey. In the age of the lion, preceding the perfect alignment that Robert Bauval suggested, an extraordinary event took place. This event marked the climax of an amazingly developed civilization that managed to colonize emerged lands and whose fingerprints have resisted the passing of time, but who wish to leave a record of their presence on Earth. Isis, Sirius, and the Zep Tepi. Ancient texts of pyramids told us about connections between the star Sirius and the goddess Isis. She played a great role after the death of Osiris, at the climax of the Zep Tepi. So, when Giza was projected, the builders gave her a key role. They built a monument to celebrate the goddess who preserved Egypt. The monument is located southeast of the Sphinx, known as the Tomb of Khentkaus. As I explain in my book, The God's Secret, 3 clues prove my purpose. 1. A correct interpretation of the inventory stela. 2. Star Sirius' position in the sky above Giza in the year 36,400 BC. 3. Proportional connections between physical values of the star and dimensions of the monument. Correct interpretation of inventory stela hieroglyphs is essential to explain where her monument was built. The academic interpretation of the inscription is, he, Cheops, found that the temple of Isis, Lady of the Pyramid, was near the temple of the Sphinx. A correct interpretation of the hieroglyphs gives the following translation. He, Cheops, found that the temple of Isis was beside the pyramid, near the temple of the Sphinx. The hieroglyph shown below is the key to the mystery. Academics have misunderstood the meaning of the phrase. The hieroglyph comes into the sentence twice. First, it means beside, and second, it means near.
Egyptologists have translated it only once, making a remarkable mistake in translation. So, according to the inventory stele, there is a monument beside the pyramid near the Sphinx. But where? Take a look at the astronomical map. Sirius is just above the horizon between the Lion and the Orion constellations. The age of the Tepi. In the following table, what is most striking is the configuration of the sky above Giza in the year 36,420 BC, at the dawn of the vernal equinox, at an entire astronomical precessional cycle before 10,450 BC. All monuments of Giza were perfectly aligned with the constellations as follows. Note the sky above Giza at vernal equinox in the year 36,400 BC. My proposal on historical golden age of the Tepi. At the dawn of the vernal equinox, the Lion constellation and Sphinx are closely connected to the east. The Orion constellation is on the celestial meridian, exactly above the pyramids. Most importantly, it's a perfect connection between Al-Nitak, the largest star of the belt of Orion, and the Great Pyramid, the biggest monument in the Giza Plateau. The connection occurred only in this astronomical configuration and in no one astronomical alignment ever proposed by experts from 2000 AD to 100,000 BC. As Al-Nitak cuts the celestial meridian, so the Great Pyramid lies in the center of emerged lands, the main meridian and parallel intersection, or rather at the distance of 1/3 between the equator and North Pole, symbolizing the natural zero for longitude. Symbolism analysis. The 7 planets are positioned along the ecliptic in a perfect row, fixing the beginning of the new era. Just below the ecliptic, the new moon gives way to sunrise, the rebirth of the new light that will flood the land of Egypt, bringing lifeblood for new crops. In a few moments, the moon will follow the god Sun Ra, do its astronomical move, while all courtiers, or planets waiting for him, will be darkened by its vitality. In its rising path, the Sun Ra will have its first step at the foot of the Lion constellation Sphinx, where it will meet Jupiter, Temple of the Valley. Jupiter symbolizes the father of the gods, and it's an expressive symbol of justice. Note in the diagram, Giza, 36,400 BC, the Lion constellation meets Mercury and Jupiter. 2 mysterious temples have planets' proportional values. End quote, via Armando Mai of the Khafre Research Project. So this all begs the question, how old, truly, are these sacred structures? And was Khentkaus aware of this information? In order to find clarity and reach deeper understanding, let's now tune in to an excerpt from an interview with Dr. Carmen Bolter discussing the mysteries of the Giza Plateau.
One of the things, I want to go into this complex for a minute though, the Giza Plateau. Now, in some of those KC readings regarding the Giza Plateau, he says this, that when they originally set it up, his dating, 10,500 BC, which agrees with some of the things that Hancock and some of the others have found, and the weather watering that Robert Schock found on the Sphinx, which was because of rains, apparently, that the Nile had, they had in Egypt there around 10,000 BC, and so that weather watering caused quite a stir, but they shut that down. But he was a geologist, of course, so coming in with just hard facts, and archaeology is like, we don't want to deal with those hard facts. But that would put the dating around 10,500 BC. Now, Casey said when they set them up, originally, that the people who set them up, the Egyptians/Atlanteans, were doing archaeology themselves. So, Carmen, how old is the site of Giza? If in 10,500 BC they find it because they're doing archaeology.
Exactly. Okay. But the thing is that we're looking at it the wrong way. We're like if the alignment of Leo rising in front of the node of the Sphinx, which is what the equinoxes are, okay? So it's 14 degrees for winter solstice in the Grand Causeway in front of the second pyramid, and 14 degrees in front of the Great Pyramid, which is basically showing solstices and equinoxes. And then the large cycles of time, and they show Orion and the, and now, just as an aside, Robert Bauval's theory of Giza being Orion has been unequivocally verified by independent archaeo-astronomers that would never mention his name, that have found that more than one person, peer-reviewed journal. It was 30 years after Robert made this speculation.
Wow.
Okay, that now I've seen the paper. He showed it to me last time I saw him on the Costa del Sol where I now live. And so this is not a question anymore. This isn't a hypothesis anymore. Okay?
Let's clarify what that is.
And prove it.
And we'll clarify what it is, which is that the layout of the pyramids are laid out according to the belt of Orion in the sky.
That's right. And it maintains that over time. There is a zenith and a lower point. Okay, now, if this lines up in 10,500, now, people get mixed up. 10,500 years ago, 10,500 BC, it gets all slippery in there, right, in terms of talking about it, because then it makes it 9,500, and when was the sinking of the planet, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. If it aligned at 10,500 or 11,600 or whatever, if the younger Dryas hit, and we had the world flood that was coming along, you don't go build a pyramid, right. But it's a long. So if we have the precession of the equinoxes, and if that was in, general curriculum, and people understood that we are 5,000, 6,000 years old, and that's the patriarchal time frame. So the agenda of the patriarchy is to erase evidence of everything other than itself. Okay, so forget that. Okay, so if you have 10,500 or whatever, and you added 24,000 or 25,000
years,
added that again. Okay, so Hakim, the indigenous wisdom keeper in the pyramid code, is comfortable with the pyramids being 50,000 years old. So we just have to allow our brains to stretch farther back so that we can imagine. The pyramids age and the temple age are completely different times. The older temples that are deeper at Abydos and Dendera are completely different times. The migration of the Nile. Okay, and so everybody wants to swish it together, but why? It doesn't fit. It doesn't explain anything. Okay. Now, Paul of Violette talks about 58,000 years ago, 108, whatever. But, and now Graham Hancock has gone deep into younger Dryas, 1,000-year period of the Ice Age, flooding, and there's a number of different scientists. I think it's 75. I just recently interviewed Graham Hancock and like that. And, okay, so that is now, just like with this Orion mystery, that is now confirmed. There's no arguing that. It's not speculative. It's not.
And that is that there's a comet strike somewhere about 12,000 years ago.
Well, that there's an Earth flood. I don't know if it's for sure what caused it. There was an ice age, and something interrupted that, and then everything melted, and then the flash of the animals in the middle of eating, and they're extinct.
Right.
But everybody didn't die, okay? But there were other catastrophes, and if we subscribe to the idea of a golden age, where they were smarter and had technology, of course they had technology. What makes us think we're the only ones with technology? What makes us think we're smart now? We're not smart now. I mean, the planet. But anyway, so there would have been something predictive. And
the most advanced culture that's ever been, Carmen. What do you mean?
Well, I find that lots of things are big people.
I think that's pretty debatable. The name Hall of Records echoes back to the Edgar Cayce readings about an Atlantean Hall of Records underneath the right paw of the Sphinx. Now, a lot of the Cayce's readings and the prophecies around Atlantis have come true with things like finding the Bimini Wall, for example. And this idea that the Atlanteans hid these records in 3 places. How do you see the Hall of Records now? And do you think that there's any opportunity for archaeologists or researchers like yourselves to uncover it there in Egypt?
Pardon me for laughing. he said the left paw, and then there's a whole thing about the way linguistics works, prepositions under, beneath and in front of. These are part of these oppositional tricks. In, at, on. Chinese people sit in a chair, we sit on a chair. But this makes a big difference in terms of understanding these prophecies. And I'm almost certain that even through a channeled message, that there would be a little thing that would make you look the other way. And so there have been research studies done. Zahi allowed when John Anthony West and Boris Said in the first place went, they drilled a borehole beside the left paw and they stuck this whatever probe down it. But this was back in 93, I think, way back. And then they had a sledgehammer and a plate with this dial, and they hit the sledgehammer on the plate and the dial went up. Well, to me that doesn't sound very sophisticated. And yes, there's probably some, I know there's something down there. There are a network of chambers. I spent a lot of time inside the Sphinx by myself. I mean, I've never brought anybody down in there. And I have pictures from 1910, I think, ironically, because that's a year I mentioned earlier about Darwin and all of them, where there was a there is a temple of Isis under there, and it's a photograph of a temple beside the left flank, and this is drawn out in one of the animations in the pyramid code. So again, beneath, but the water from the Nile would have, it started percolating up, and they thought that they were digging there and they were going to find something. No, they were putting sandbags because the Nile was percolating up because that's the original riverbed, and that speaks very well to the theory inside the pyramid code. And and the high-level initiates would arrive on a barge right there in front of the Sphinx Temple, the Valley Temple was there, and then a Temple of Isis.
Right.
So what did Zahi do? He paved over the whole thing. So no one can get Unbelievable.
And we're talking about Zahi Hawass, who was the Supreme Antiquities Chief and also became part of the corrupt government that was there, the Mubarak government. And they put him on a cabinet level, which, see, this Hall of Records from the Atlanteans becomes very important. But then, when Mubarak...
Make sure to block it so no one would find it, to claim that he was looking for it, and then he was really invested in hiding it. So what do you believe? I mean, politicians, what do you believe? But my point is that if it's beneath and in front of, which is just adjusting prepositions, which is how all languages have a different set of preposition, in terms of their sense of space and all of that. So they mean different things in different languages, which is why it's difficult for students who speak another language to learn English, because they get those words wrong, because their language doesn't function in the same way. I mean, I have a PhD in linguistics, so I understand that. So, beneath and in front of, what's right in front of the Sphinx? If you go, down the Nile a little bit, it's right in front of. It's okay, far kilometers, but Hawara, when we did the geoscans, there's all kinds of chambers on two different levels that don't connect like snakes and ladders, and so they're complete. Like older is deeper, so there's a deeper layer. When the ceiling is 40 meters from the surface, which is far. The other one's 20 meters. And there's all kinds of things in these chambers. And they're huge chambers. But they did a scan for gold. They did a scan for precious jewels. And they're finding. Now, they haven't been allowed to go and actually verify it because the Department of Antiquities will not allow anybody to go and verify it.
Yeah.
To me, the most important point. No matter what your data shows, we're never going to verify it. Verifiability is the whole thing. As I said before, you can get your hypothesis from a past life or from a dream, but you have to verify it. And if you can't verify it, you don't have anything. Period.
There's no question. And what's amazing to me, well, I think the Amara and the Labyrinth is one of the most exciting finds, and you're at the very heart of that. These amazing archaeological finds, which after all connect back not only to our ancient history, but sense of identity, sense of consciousness, all these different things.
Well, there does seem to be a real concerted effort to make people less conscious instead of more conscious.
Yeah.
We've been promised ascension and the archangels and all of that kind of stuff. We've been talking about that for decades. And it doesn't seem to be happening in the way that we would have anticipated. So, yeah, and all these platforms are literally being hacked. There's no question.
Well, let's think about it. The type of material that you work on about our ancient past, whether that's about the real mysteries of Egypt, and you spent so much time there. But that history going back, the Hall of Records aspect around Egypt, the older Atlantis culture, these are, a lot of times I don't think people understand they are political hot button issues with geopolitical ramifications. And so you find yourself, when you're doing archaeological work, actually in the middle of political intrigue very often.
Well, there's no question about that. I've been a candidate on 5 different expeditions that ended up somehow going sideways, with things blowing up and people dying and all kinds of things, so that the thing got buried and never came to light.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tremendous amount that goes on with that. But even something like King Tut's DNA and the Department of Antiquities in Egypt, Zahi, really wanted it to be that Tut was Akhenaten's son, which I don't believe for one split second. And I watched that whole drama go on for 12 years, where they had a Japanese team and then they shut them down, and Scott Woodward from Brigham Young University got involved, and they were there with the National Geographic crew, and they were just about to drill into King Tut's tooth to get a sample of DNA, and then they went, security, no, and shut it all down. And then National Geographic had all these things about Akhenaten's mummy, which I don't think they're ever going to find either for various reasons, and it was a skeleton in the fetal position. But anyway, so I happened to be there on February 17th, 2009, when they did the press conference at the National Museum, and the curator's secretary said, let her in. And so I was standing there listening to Zahi give the report in Arabic, and I went, I'm pretty sure I know what he just said there. And then he said it again in English, and yes, I did hear him right. That it was the medical model, and Tut had a club foot and a hair lip and died of malaria. No, that's not what makes any sense. But as much as they've said about Akhenaten being crazy and deformed, it would make him white. In Africa, the Black Madonna, Isis, the whole Western thing wants him to be white. So we have to be worried about the DNA, but he does happen to appear to have white skin, and then they just pull that out and use it to their convenience. And this is going on with Atlantis as well.
Yeah.
And so there's this whole thing called oppositionalism, which I'm starting to understand more about. So a lot of the people in the mystery schools and coming down through Knights Templar and all of these different traditions wanted to tell their story, and they did say some things about the story, but then they put this clue in that takes you in a complete opposite direction. So you're thinking you're looking in a certain way and you can go look for it there, and they put this huge flaw into the story, and the rest of it is largely correct. But that's standard for any of this stuff.
Right.
And that's the part that people don't understand. They think it's going to be a direct story, and it never is, because they wanted the high-level initiates to understand this material, but they didn't want everybody to understand it. So once they hang on and catch on to that and start ciphering through which is the real part and which is the distraction part, then you have more of a chance of getting there. But the only way we're going to be able to really do that is if we've got our own discernment. And that's the last thing they want to teach us. There's something wrong with that. I just don't know right when I hear it. And they say, oh, come on, you're just making stuff up. But if we don't have discernment, what do we have?
So what does all this mean, dear viewer, in the context of our exploration of the women who were Pharaoh? Perhaps Khentkaus was buried in a more ancient temple of Isis. Her tomb is a remnant of the mystery school of Isis's temple structures. Perhaps Khentkaus' tomb was already there, was already built during her lifetime. Perhaps Khentkaus recognized its true antiquity and significance, and that is why it was decided that would be her final resting place. In my humble opinion, this structure shows the clear telltale signs of the megalithic building style of the elevated ancient ancestors. And given that it is in a state of complete ruin, even more so than the Great Pyramids at Giza, perhaps the tomb is even older. Note the base foundation of the tomb. It is clearly cut into the bedrock itself, just like the Sphinx, and exhibits the same water weathering pattern of the Sphinx enclosure, implying that it is of a similar time period, and just like the older platform that is beneath the Giza pyramids. So this is implying to us that if the base platform is cut out of the living bedrock itself, then that platform is also constructed earlier than the tomb on top of it. And perhaps this was an ancient sacred site that has layers and layers and layers of reconstruction. The older layers at the base are always bigger stones. And when there are smaller stones on top, then that implies what? Different styles of construction imply different eras of construction, and therefore that the ancients were renovating these structures throughout the aeons. So why does this matter in relation to Khentkaus? It matters because we have here an ancient sacred structure connected to the Isis lore, to the star Sirius. Traditional Egyptologists may argue, well, she was a queen. She was meant to embody Isis. There's nothing deeper going on here. You're thinking too much about this. Yet if Khentkaus was Pharaoh in her own right, then there's a bigger mystery going on here.
I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on?
What's going on here is deeply mysterious and much more complex than what bootlicker, grifter, colonizer, Eurocentric Egyptologists have gaslit us all to believe, because they need to minimize the chronology of ancient Egypt as a civilization. They need to condense the antiquity of these sacred structures and make them look younger in order to uphold the colonizer's fantasy of white supremacy. Because the truth is that ancient Egypt was a black African civilization. And if black Africans were capable of manifesting these mind-boggling sacred structures, perhaps, maybe, over 50,000 years ago, then it debunks the entire paradigm of settler colonial white supremacy, which is in denial because of internalized misogyny that in the ancient world there were matriarchal power structures in which women could ascend to the highest levels of influence and authority in society. Therefore, if this structure is connected to the mystery school of Isis, as it seemingly is, then, in my humble opinion, this is implying that Khentkaus was an initiate of the mystery school of Isis. It is quite simply amazing that we see such a continuity of Mother Goddess symbolism across these vast spans of time. Case in point, the goddess's birthing throne, which later in ancient Egyptian cultures was Isis's symbol of legitimacy, with the two felines symbolizing the goddess's command over the yin and yang forces of polarity. Surely Khentkaus' tomb is connected to the advanced astronomical wisdom of the Sirius Sotic cycle and the Sotic calendar of the ancient Egyptians. So there is no argument over this fact. The alignments are there. The question, therefore, simply is, were Khentkaus and her bloodline aware of this advanced astronomical information encoded in the structures themselves? Considering Khentkaus is depicted on the birthing throne of Isis, then this resonance is begging us to connect the dots here. Perhaps if Khentkaus was truly a living, breathing human being during the 4th dynasty, that she was aware of the Giza Plateau's true significance. Perhaps Khentkaus was aware of the Giza Plateau's true antiquity. In my humble opinion, that imagery, that iconography of Khentkaus depicted as the great mother Isis seated on her birthing throne is the perfect encapsulation of the archetypal energy of the Empress Major Arcana during the tail end of this descending age of Taurus. And perhaps Khentkaus, just like all the powerful women who came before her, was embodying the benefic, spiritual soft power of the Empress archetype, with longevity being the true measure of the Empress's legitimacy. The Archaeo-Astronomy alignment in sacred structures such as the pyramids is inviting us to consider that whichever group of humans were responsible for manifesting these sacred structures measured their plans in centuries, aeons, rather than the mere decades and lifespans of individual pharaohs. Obviously, it's near impossible to prove the tangible physical existence of an ancient mystery school, especially a secret initiatic order that was potentially the mystery school of Isis. However, all the connections with the Sirius Star Lord as symbolized by Isis are very intriguing. And during a descending age of Taurus, it makes perfect sense to me personally that as the overt patriarchal power structure of the pharaohs was institutionalized and corrupt religion was codified, that a behind-the-scenes covert matriarchal power structure would become more concerned with consolidating its power with more overt declarations. And what could be a more overt declaration than a woman pharaoh? Ultimately, Khentkaus remains an enigma, and we truly know so little about her life and legacy, other than what is in ruins on the Giza Plateau. But what we do know is it is highly likely that the time in which Khentkaus potentially was Pharaoh was at the tail end of the age of Taurus, heading into the age of Aries, in which we see a fascinating set of characters appear on the scene. Sobekneferu, Hatshepsut, Nefertiti, some of the most famous women ever to exist in ancient Egyptian history, appear during this age. What are the connections? What are the patterns? Let's keep it pushing in our exploration of the women who were fair. The Descending Age of Aries was arguably from approximately 2420 BCE to 250 BCE. It's very interesting that during this time period we see an increase in ram symbolism and the rise of the cult of Amun and the Amun priesthood, as we have learned in the Pyramid Code documentary series. Which means that the ancient Egyptians were fully aware of the precession of the equinoxes, as John Anthony West and others of the symbolist school argue. Now, in Vedic astrology, Aries is the fire element, cardinal modality, and yang polarity. The ruling planet of Aries is Mars, which represents the core principle of the generation of the electrical spark in the blood. In the Kalapurusha, the Aries impulse relates to the movement of energy. Finally, Aries corresponds with the sacral and solar plexus chakras, and in the tarot corresponds with the Emperor Major Arcana, in addition to the supporting energies of the Queen of Wands and Knight of Pentacles Minor Arcanas. Some overall themes that I observe playing out during this Descending Age of Aries, in addition to the rise of the cult of Amun, are war, bloodshed, the consolidation of patriarchal power, ritualized violence, the beginnings of capitalism, specifically the unjust practice of tithing people's grain. It's interesting that in the ancient Egyptian 5 phases of the sun, that Amun is the final stage, which represents dusk or darkness. So at this point in the Kali Yuga, we are in the full descent into the patriarchy, the Emperor's Great Grift, which makes sense considering Aries is a cardinal sign, which is an initiating sign. With all that being established, surely then the mystery school of Isis may have perceived this Descending Age of Aries as very risky and threatening to their long-lasting accumulated power. With Aries being a young fire sign ruled by Mars, this age arguably witnessed an acceleration of patriarchal violence, war, and bloodshed. As the sign of beginnings and the creative spark, perhaps the mystery school of Isis perceived this age of Aries as the true beginning of the end, leading into the age of Pisces, which saw a heavy period of colonization in ancient Egypt. Therefore, this age of Aries could be perceived as a volatile, unpredictable descent into what we would label corrupt patriarchal forces, it makes sense that rather than continue to operate predominantly from the shadows, the Mystery School of Isis felt compelled to take a more active approach as the Age of Taurus transitioned into the Age of Aries. Hence why we see so many prominent women come into this position of Pharaoh. Before we profile our next woman Pharaoh, an overall pattern that I observed during this Age of Aries was the backlash and suppression and often erasure of the female Pharaoh's legacy by her later male successors. This shows that the Mystery School of Isis were a power player who most likely did not have an institutionalized, i.e. public, role in ancient Egyptian daily life. We truly don't know much about how a secret initiatic order like the Mystery School of Isis would have been structured, organized, or operated, etc. But surely initiates were sworn to discretion. It's very important to understand that as ancient Egypt devolved from the Old Kingdom up into the Middle Kingdom and then the New Kingdom in this Descending Age of Aries, there was an incremental increase in patriarchal ways of being and thinking. Therefore, repeat, it's very important to establish that the suppression of the women pharaohs' legacies was due to both ancient sexism in addition to modern sexism. But of course, we are discussing vast spans of time here and making generalizations in order to illustrate a point. Ultimately, when discussing historical trends and patterns, everything is open for interpretation. Obviously, within the time frame of a zodiacal aeon of roughly 2,160 years, there is a very complex web of events and forces at play. So that being established, let's keep it pushing and profile our next possible pharaoh. Ankhesenpepi II likely lived during the 6th dynasty of ancient Egypt, which was approximately from 2345 BCE to 2181 BCE. Ankhesenpepi II was a co-regent and great mother during the pivotal 6th dynasty at the very beginning of the Descending Age of Aries. On the right hand side we see a very famous alabaster statuette made of Ankhesenpepi II, and in this statuette Ankhesenpepi is seated on the birthing throne of Isis, embodying the cosmic archetype of the Great Mother, and seated on her lap is her son in miniature adult form. This is, therefore, depicting Ankhesenpepi as not just a co-regent who is ruling on behalf of her young son until he is of age to become pharaoh in his own right. This statuette is conveying to us so much information about the great importance of the cosmic mother archetype in the ancient Egyptians' worldview, but is also conveying to us so much information in symbolic form. Ultimately, this statuette is implying to us that the dualistic concepts of legitimacy and divinity, Isis and Osiris, when combined, embody the totality of the divine right of the pharaohs to rule Horus. Therefore, since Isis is depicted in larger form, this implies that legitimacy trumps the concept of divinity, ultimately, when it comes to authority at the end of the day. As a central figure of the 6th dynasty, little biographical information is known about Ankhesenpepi II, including when she was born and when she died. Sometimes referred to as Ankh-Merira or Ankhesenpepi II, she may have served as regent for her son, Pepi II, who was about 6 when he assumed the throne after Pepi I, her husband and his father, died. A statue of Ankhesenpepi II as nurturing mother, holding the hand of her child, is on display at the Brooklyn Museum. Quote via Ancient Egypt Online. Ankhesenpepi II. Ankhesenpepi II lived towards the end of the 6th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. She was the wife of 2 pharaohs, Pepi I and Meryt-Neith I, the mother of another pharaoh, Pepi II, and probably ruled Egypt as regent while Pepi II was still a child. She was not of royal blood, but her family was very influential. Her father, Kul, was a prominent official, and her mother, Nebet, was the first known female vizier, although some suggest this was purely an honorific title granted to her when her daughter became the wife of the king. Her brother, Dejau, would also serve as vizier, and her sister, confusingly also named Ankhesenpepi, was also married to her husband, Pepi I. Her name means Pepi lives for her. When she married Pepi I, whose throne name was Mereri, her name changed to Ankhesenmereri. Mereri lives for her. She was initially a traditional 6th dynasty queen with the usual titles. When her husband died, she married his successor, Meryt-Neith I Nemtisaf, the son of her sister and her husband. It was initially thought that her son, Pepi II, was the son of Pepi I, but it now looks likely that he was actually the son of Meryt-Neith. When Meryt-Neith died, after a reign of around 10 years, Pepi II became king. Many experts now believe that Ankhesenpepi acted as a regent for the early part of his reign, partly because he was so young. There are a few pieces of art which would seem to support this assumption. Ankhesenpepi II and Pepi II are depicted together in a beautiful alabaster statue, now at the Brooklyn Museum. The statue is clearly making a connection between the queen and Isis, and the young king and Horus. It is also notable that it marks one of the very few occasions that a king is depicted as being smaller than another mortal. It could be considered a visual record of her regency. In the Sinai, she was depicted the same size as her son in a rock-cut inscription. There is also an interesting inscription from Wani Magara. The queen, in this instance named Ankhesenmereri, holds the title Mother of the King. But it is written in an unconventional way which places the vulture inside the word for king, which perhaps again hints at her powerful role. An image of the queen appears at the foot of the inscription. This could simply be considered the determinative for her name, which appears above the figure. but it is worthy of note that there is no corresponding image of the king, perhaps confirming that the expedition was ordered by her and not him. Finally, the burial chamber or pyramid, which was the largest queen's pyramid in Saqqara, is covered in pyramid text, an honor previously restricted to the pharaoh, although also granted to a few of Pepi II's wives. After her death, her statue was worshipped at Abydos for some time. End quote. There's a few things of interest I'd like to note about the association and the imagery of Ankhesenpepi II with the vulture headdress of Isis on a deeper level with the Neolithic and Paleolithic deity of Nekhbet. Quote, Nekhbet was an early pre-dynastic local goddess in Egyptian mythology who was the patron of the city of Nekheb, her name meaning of Nekheb. Ultimately, she became the patron of Upper Egypt, and one of the two patron deities for all of ancient Egypt when it was unified. End quote, by Damien Marie at Hope. In ancient Egyptian cosmology, there are multidimensional, multiple implied meanings corresponding with the vulture archetype. In one aspect, the vulture can correspond to the constellation of Cygnus, in particular the brightest star, Deneb. Deneb in ancient Egyptian cosmology was often represented as a goddess in the Duat cosmic afterlife, who was said to be the devourer of the souls of the damned, invoking the duality of destruction and creation. Quote, she lives from the blood of the damned, and from what these gods provide her, that lost soul who belongs to the damned, the demolishing one who cuts the damned to pieces. End quote, via America Before, by Graham Hancock. In addition, this vulture archetype can correspond with the sacred feminine principles of creation, destruction, regeneration, and rebirth, aka the quadruple goddess. The elevated ancient ancestors who created the sacred cosmology chose animal symbols for very particular multidimensional reasons to embody various principles. So the vulture archetype is symbolizing, in one aspect, the duality of destruction and regeneration, death and rebirth. Why? Well, the vultures are eaters of carrion, of dead matter. They act in nature as a regenerative force which transmutes the vulture archetypes as eaters of carrion are literally transmuting dead matter into the life force. It is for these deeper reasons that Nekhbet was of utmost significance in matriarchal cosmology and astrology. Nekhbet was, repeat, the very embodiment of the sacred feminine, the ultimate authority of Isis. In a cosmology context, therefore, this implies that Isis here, embodying the Great Mother on the birthing throne, is, in metaphorical terms, implying to us the Great Milky Way, the epicenter, the cosmic womb of the universe where stars are born, and around which, as an epicenter, the great dance, the great churning and shifting, the pushing and pulling of the cosmic forces revolve around. So, with Ankhesenpepi II here depicted as the great cosmic mother, Isis, this ultimately shows to us her great importance and significance within the bloodline of the 6th dynasty and its long-term legitimacy. It's very impressive that Ankhesenpepi II was apparently not of royal blood and from an influential political family, and her own mother was one of the first women to hold the position of the Pharaoh's vizier. So, in my humble opinion, this matrilineal bloodline features very strong Queen of Wands archetypal energy of women who use the power of regeneration, rebirth, creation, and destruction before principles, perhaps, of the Mother Goddess. The Queen of Wands archetype here is also invoking the subtle influence of the longer game. On a deeper level, I sense that there is some karma playing out between these entangled characters as embodied in the tarot archetype correspondences. In this context, the Emperor and the Queen of Wands. Perhaps this karma playing out during this descending age of Aries stems from a preceding age of Libra, considering in perceptual astrology, Aries and Libra are a polarity pair in the ecliptic. This could invoke very interesting themes of magnetic attraction, the ebbs and flows in karmic relationships, soul contracts, and reaching evolutionary equilibrium via reconciliation with perceived polarities or perceived opposites, a rebalancing of the scales, perhaps. Seshat, the goddess of astronomy, astrology, and measurement, wore a headdress which features a 7-petaled flower, symbolizing a star. Therefore, 7, associated with the Libra archetype, is all about reaching harmony between the scales, readjusting the scales, understanding the levers of power. I intuit that the Emperor and the Queen of Wands archetypes may often have a complicated, fiery karmic connection. Sexual relations may cloud the Queen of Wands intuition when identifying the hidden shadow power dynamics with any Emperor character, for they both compete for control. Despite this, the Emperor always will perceive themselves as being superior to any Queen of Wands, perhaps because the Queen of Wands is, in this context, most likely a devalued side piece beneath an Empress, of whom the Emperor is usually publicly attached to out of self-serving convenience or concentration of political power. Thus, the Queen of Wands character is no fool here, knowing they are not the Emperor's main entertainment. The Queen of Wands practices a style of feral, spontaneous magic, which both terrifies and electrifies the Emperor. Ironically, the Emperor needs the androgynous soft power of the Queen of Wands to keep the inner flame of desire alive, for fire feeds more fire. The Queen of Wands understands that the Emperor will never admit this aloud, because that would require ceding hard power to submit control. So the Queen of Wands intuitively senses that their power in the Emperor's court lies behind the scenes, only if they can manage their jealousy and temper towards the Emperor's other levers. Ultimately, the Queen of Wands' mission may transform into a karmic duty to destroy the mask, the cage, in which the Emperor lives. The Queen of Wands, like a cat with 9 lives, is curious to know more about which past lives could have seeded this magnetic attraction. The Queen of Wands thus listens in silence,
Understanding the Emperor only turns to them when at rock bottom and a self-serving act of emotional dumping, before running away back to play the game. Perhaps Ankhesenpepi II wielded the Queen of Wands' power of attraction to ascend not only in the Pharaoh's court to become the great queen consort, but ultimately perhaps Pharaoh of ancient Kemet itself. Interestingly enough, Ankhesenpepi II is potentially the grandmother of the next possible woman pharaoh, Neith-hikret, aka famed Nitocris, which the Greek historian Herodotus and Manetho both weaved into legend. At the end of the Old Kingdom, beginning of the First Intermediate Period, Queen Neith-hikret likely rose to power circa 2148 to 2144 BCE. Although little is known about Queen Neith-hikret, also referred to as Nitocris and Nitocris, she is mentioned in many historical writings. Quote, the shrouded history of Nitocris. Was the last pharaoh of the 6th dynasty a woman? The debated last pharaoh of the 6th dynasty. Nitocris is believed to have lived around the 22nd century BCE, which was towards the end of the 6th dynasty. Some have suggested that Nitocris was the last pharaoh of this dynasty. On a fragment of the Turin King List, known also as the Turin Papyrus and the Turin Royal Canon, there is an unknown pharaoh by the name of Nitocris, who was the successor of Nimaathap II. It has been speculated that this was Nitocris. By comparison, the Abydos King List, known also as the Abydos Table, has Neith-hikret occupying the position of Nitocris. It has been argued that, as the name of Neith-hikret is a male name, it is not possible that Nitocris and Nitocris were one and the same person. Manetho's writings about Nitocris. Manetho was an Egyptian historian and priest who lived around the 3rd century BCE during the reign of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Compared to the Egyptians who made the Turin King List and Abydos King List, Manetho may be said to be separated from Nitocris by a much larger span of time. Therefore, it is entirely possible that Manetho's writings regarding Nitocris are less accurate than we desire. For instance, in the Egyptica, from the Armenian version of Eusebius, Manetho wrote that there was a queen Nitocris, the noblest and loveliest of the women of her time. She had a fair complexion, and is said to have built the 3rd pyramid. And another fragment of the Egyptica, from George Sincelius, a Byzantine chronicler, the number of years that Nitocris reigned for is also given. Nitocris, the noblest and loveliest of the women of her time, of fair complexion, the builder of the 3rd pyramid, reigned for 12 years. Herodotus on Nitocris. By far the most colorful account of Nitocris comes from the Greek historian Herodotus. Like many of the other fanciful stories found in Herodotus' work, this one too ought to be taken with a pinch of salt, despite the historian's claim that this tale was relayed to him by Egyptian priests. The story of Nitocris in Herodotus, the Histories, goes like this. The name of the queen was Nitocris, the same as that of the Babylonian queen. They said that she avenged her brother. Despite the fact that he was their king, the Egyptians killed him and then handed the kingdom over to her. But in order to avenge him, she killed a lot of them by a trick. What she did was construct a massive underground chamber. And although in reality she had other plans, she claimed to want to hold an inauguration ceremony for it. She invited the Egyptians she knew to have been the ringleaders in her brother's murder. And there were quite a few of them, to the reception. While they were in the middle of the meal, she had the river flood in on them through a large secret passage. That is all the information I was given about Nitocris, except that afterwards she threw herself into a chamber full of ashes to avoid retribution. Thus, the story of Nitocris remains wrapped in myths and legends. Did she really have the role of a 6th dynasty pharaoh? If so, under what praenomen? And why was she erased? End quote. By a
AncientOrigins.com. I feel it's important to remember here that the very name Nitocris was simply a Greco derivation of the Egyptian name Neith-hikret. So who was Neith-hikret? This is an ancient Egyptian name which translates to Neith is excellent. It was a unisex name, however, it implies a femme-leaning androgyny or energy, because Neith was one of the most ancient matriarchal deities from pre-dynastic Egypt. The name certainly seems more feminine rather than masculine. So the argument that Manetho was misunderstanding perhaps ancient texts and listed a male pharaoh from the 6th dynasty as a female pharaoh seems like a very intellectually lazy gaslight about what really happened here. Well, I'm sure that the name Nitocris meant nothing to the reality of the ancient Egyptians during the Old Kingdom, in which Neith-hikret likely lived, walked, and breathed. Co-regents such as Neith-hikret, who was in a situation in which her male brother co-regent was killed during a time in which ancient Egypt, at the end of the Old Kingdom, during the very beginning of the Descending Age of Aries, was in utter chaos. There was famine happening at this time, which was perceived as a divine omen of misfortune, and often the pharaoh, if famine happened, was asked by the priests of Amun and Heliopolis to commit ritual suicide. It's very interesting that in Herodotus' account, which he claims came from Egyptian priests, mentions that Nitocris, aka Neith-hikret, did commit ritual suicide. It's probably important to ask the question, was Manetho an indigenous Egyptian or a Greek expatriate, aka colonizer, or was Manetho a mix of Greek and Egyptian? That would probably be very important to know, which we don't, in order to synthesize and analyze the perhaps archetypal story that Manetho was writing about in the Greek language. This is a translation of an Egyptian text, and we must always keep in mind that it's very possible to lose important information in context and implied meaning during the act of translation, especially if it's being done by colonizers. If Manetho was an indigenous Egyptian, perhaps his story, especially attributing one of the Giza pyramids to Nitocris, is more archetypal and describing a much more distant pre-dynastic time in which matriarchy was the norm of ancient Egypt. Obviously, in my humble opinion, attributing a monumental feat of architecture, mathematics, geomancy, astronomy, like the pyramids, is simply one individual. The egomaniac pharaoh paradigm that's been stuffed down our throats by Eurocentric colonial Egyptology is an intellectually lazy gaslight. Perhaps Nitocris represents a composite historical figure of all the great matriarchal queens from pre-dynastic times, in which the pyramids were likely built. Therefore, if Manetho was Greek, then it's most likely that his account is a distortion rooted in a misunderstanding of the source material. Herodotus' story, however, seems more likely to dramatize potential real events. It seems that whatever story Egyptian priests allegedly shared with Herodotus was not the full picture and or version of real events with all the information. Herodotus likely was being told a redacted story about a historical composite figure that represented many, many, many powerful women, perhaps the matrilineal bloodline of matriarchal rulers who were all named Neith or had Neith in their name, like Meryt-Neith, the first woman pharaoh we profiled. If Nitocris is also alluding to this ancient matriarchal deity, Neith. There is a connection here with the name Neith and the Naqada era matriarchal, powerful women co-regents. Perhaps the cloudy fog of confusion which surrounds Neith-hikret's legacy, just like all the other women whom were pharaoh, has been deliberately severed, distorted, devalued, and discarded by the patriarchal retelling of the ancient past. And perhaps this story is an archetypal story from the distant past about the very nature of twin gods and goddesses, the female and male co-regent. This interpretation is even more likely to resonate considering the story of Nitocris centers her relationship with her brother co-regent, the pharaoh who was killed. There's a great mystery here at the beginning of this descending age of Aries and the ending of the Old Kingdom. Perhaps the stories of Nitocris are archetypal stories attempting to impart to us implied meaning via the symbolism, invoking themes of a 12-year reign, 12, very important archetypal number here, a deadly flood, an underground chamber, stonework and pyramids, and of course the sacred sibling co-regents relationship of ancient matriarchy. Whilst Nitocris is clearly a mythical figure, we must not delegitimize myth as being a seeming ineffective way of transmitting, recording, and preserving cultural information that was important to the ancients. Nitocris, perhaps, repeat, is a historical composite figure of powerful women who ruled during matriarchal times in which likely the pyramids were actually built. Whoever embodied the name Neith-hikret at the end of the 6th dynasty clearly was an important figure at this pivotal point of transition during, repeat, a moment of chaos, upheaval, and famine in ancient Egypt. So obviously a female ruler at this time would be highly likely to be scapegoated and smear campaigned and blamed for the famine. We must keep in mind that this misogyny is a pattern with all of the women who were pharaoh when it comes to the backlash that their legacies received and why their legacies were either erased and completely forgotten or distorted and poisoned throughout the aeons. There is a lot of debate surrounding whether Neith-hikret, aka Nitocris, was a real, living, breathing human being at the end of the Old Kingdom, I tentatively deduce that Neith-hikret could very much have been a living, breathing woman pharaoh at the end of the chaotic 6th dynasty. If Nitocris was a real, living, breathing ancient Egyptian, then she most likely stems from the same bloodline as Ankhesenpepi II. However, if Nitocris was a composite historical figure, then who could her story actually be alluding to? Author Andrew Collins proposes an interesting theory. Andrew Collins presents intriguing information claiming that the legends of Nitocris are actually talking about Sobekneferu. Sobekneferu, who I made an entire documentary about, check it out on my YouTube channel, comes later in the 12th dynasty during this Descending Age of Aries. Let's tune in now to a lecture regarding Sobekneferu, the first confirmed female pharaoh.
She was forgotten about. Sobekneferu was forgotten about. But it seems as if stories relating to her were preserved by other cultures, including the Greeks. Now, some of you who know about ancient Egyptian history will be saying, well, what about Nitocris? Well, the story of Nitocris is that there was a female monarch that's talked about by classical writers as having reigned in the 6th dynasty. There is a name in a king list known as the Turin Canon, which is a papyrus thing that's in Turin, that people have interpreted as Nitocris. But as Egyptologist Kim Reichelt in the year 2000 proved, this is completely wrong, and that Nitocris does not exist, and that the pharaoh that they're talking about is another pharaoh who's clearly male, and that the whole story relating to her is just not right. Now this takes out the fact of her being mentioned in the chronicles of this priest scribe by the name of Manetho, who wrote stuff about 250 BC. But our story of Nitocris actually comes from Herodotus, who was writing 200 years earlier. And this is the story that he tells. He says that there was a king and he was murdered, and that his sister then took over as the ruler of Upper and Lower Egypt, and that she then took vengeance on those that had killed her brother, the king. And that the story is that she built some kind of canal that linked from the Nile into this banqueting hall, and, she got them all into the banqueting hall, and then, opened the sluice gate, the water came in, drowned them all. And then it said for her, so that she herself would, could escape further vengeance, she threw herself into a room full of hot ashes and killed herself. So how can you unpack all this? Well, to start off with, you say, well, hold on, it says somebody else killed her brother. But no, I think that what happened is that, yes, somebody killed her brother, but she knew exactly who that was. But once he was dead, she used that as an excuse to take out anyone that would be rivals for her own reign. In other words, as, supporters of her brother that she knew would be a problem, just blame them for the murder of her brother, and they were murdered. Okay, now, I know this doesn't sound like the sort of thing that we want to get involved with, but, these are different times. You think of the Ptolemies of Greco-Roman Egypt, you think of the Caesars, and I show in the book, there are examples of, similar sort of murders or claims of murders, even in this dynasty, the 12th dynasty. So, everybody was bumping everybody else off, basically. So this is what they were doing in those days, you know, Game of Thrones style, essentially. And what I show is that the place that Herodotus talks about the story is all around 12th dynasty kings and in the right order. It's clear this story of Nitocris relates to a 12th dynasty, you know, female monarch, and that the only female monarch that had a brother, the king, that matches this is her. Nitocris is Sobekneferu. Absolutely, no question at all. So what happened to Sobekneferu Re? Oh, sorry, I use the word Re there because some versions of name include Re at the end of it. So, this is what I think happened to her. Is that towards the end of her reign, I think that certain factions seriously turned against her, particularly led by the priests of Heliopolis, which were the cult of Ra and Atum. And this was not helped because obviously they probably knew that she'd bumped off her brother and got rid of his whole regime. So in other words, they'd lost their control, their power, because that was something that her brother had given back to them. But in addition to this, something natural occurred, and that was in the 3rd year of her reign. The Nile floods were so low that they couldn't properly water the Nile Valley, and that can spell disaster to Egypt. And this, if it didn't occur, the Pharaoh was blamed for it. And under some circumstances, they were even essentially asked to commit suicide. This reference is all there. And I think that at the end of her 4-year reign, they came after her. And that she decided that she'd created this new dynasty, the 13th, who were going to be loyal to her. The first 2 kings both had the name Amenemhat given to them, and they were probably the sons of her brother. Now this is pure speculation, there's nothing to affirm this, which makes you think, well, hold on, if they were to do with her brother, why would they be loyal to Sobekneferu, who's killed their father? Well, maybe they didn't know that she killed their father, or she convinced them that it was the right thing to do and that they were going to take the banner on, you know, the banner of sovereignty on, so that she set them up to become the next monarchs, basically. But whatever the case, that's what exactly happened. And I think that she committed suicide, or what she might have seen as ritual death. Anyway, so I think that's what happened. And this whole story about her going into this room with hot ashes is her repairing into some kind of Adaton, which is like this sort of special shrine where you would pay your respects to the ancestors and the gods. And these hot ashes are the hot ashes of the incense burners that would have, you know, created the smoke, the intoxicants, that the ingested stuff as well. And this is a record of the suicide of Sobekneferu. And what you would probably do is, you know, hallucinogens would have been involved, incense, all the rest of it that would have been hallucinogenic, and they had just gone into a coma, died, and believed that they were walking into the afterlife. Now, we know that this certainly happened to Egyptian pharaohs because of another lady, and that, of course, is Cleopatra, the last female pharaoh of Egypt, because that's exactly what she did. After the death of Mark Antony in 30 BC, you know, failure of the Egyptian army, the joint Egyptian Roman army, she committed suicide. Now, the whole story about this getting the asp and putting it on the arm and it poisoning her is just pure myth. But it's symbolically important because the snake is the symbol of magic and medicine, which were under the control of the goddess Isis. She was controlling, her symbol was the snake. So this is the symbol basically telling us that hallucinogens, narcotics were involved with her death. And this is, again, academics have actually proposed this now, that she had a cocktail of hallucinogens, narcotics, whatever it was, and that's the way Cleopatra died. Now, I'm certain that Sobekneferu died in exactly the same way. Now, whether there would have been knowledge in Cleopatra's time of Sobekneferu still, I don't know, because the other important thing is that it would seem as if Sobekneferu's name was expunged from certain king lists. Her reign was suppressed and monuments destroyed. Why? Well, firstly, people came after her. Secondly, is the fact that after this dark age, the second intermediate period, where the new kingdom begins, because I think that she was buried in secret, and we'll talk about where she might be, on the quick, because she certainly wasn't put in the pyramid that was prepared for her, because she was buried in secret, her burial place got lost, and the memory of her reign started to get really confused really quickly. And if you go to Abydos in southern Egypt, if you pass through the temple of Seti I, go to the Osirian at the back, on the right-hand wall, there are the cartouches of all these pharaohs. And you've got Seti I showing his son Ramses, the future Ramses II, saying, look, these are all the great kings that have ruled before us. And you'll be joining this line after me. But you look at them, you've got Amenemhet III, Amenemhet IV, but then nothing. The next king is the first king of the 18th dynasty, after the second intermediate period. Sobekneferu is not there. Why? Why is she not there? And I think the answer is that somehow everything got confused, and eventually she was actually blamed for the second intermediate period and all this dark age, the Hyksos. They all got confused, but she wasn't. She saved Egypt, but her story has just never been told properly. Now, the other source of information relating to her and her family comes from Semitic sources. Now, bear in mind, obviously, we know that there was a lot of Semitic peoples in there, and they were also involved in engineering projects in the Fayum on behalf of her father, Amenemhet III. And the figure of Joseph in the Bible seems to be integrally related to this. Now, my colleague David Roll talks about this in his book, Test of Time. He shows that Joseph, as the biblical character, lived and was in Egypt and became the vizier of Egypt during the time of Amenemhet III, which is Sobekneferu's father. But he continued to exist in Egypt and, as the second in charge through the reigns of Amenemhet IV, Sobekneferu, and possibly even to the first couple of kings of the 13th dynasty, which begs the question of, does that mean that Sobekneferu actually met Joseph? Well, the interesting part is that the Bible tells you very clearly that when he was sold as a slave into Egypt, the story, technicolored coat and all the rest of it, is that the person in charge of the household was a high priest of Ra, of Heliopolis. And that's exactly the house we know that was associated with the Semitic peoples. So, in other words, he becomes a representation of the cult of Ra. Now, can we imagine a situation where, after the death of Sobekneferu's brother, he comes into a court and says to Sobekneferu, look, there's some problems brewing, Your Majesty. Your brother was taking the country in a certain direction. Look, the Nile floods are beginning to fail. You've got enemies. Unless you change Egypt back to the way your brother was ruling the country, which was more progressive, open borders policy, all the rest of it, you realise that this spells disaster for you. And clearly, she, at this point, said, thank you very much, I'll take into account what you've said, and that may have been the last time they met, and shortly afterwards she commits ritual suicide. I'm just summing up all this. But what's interesting is that the story to do with Joseph surrounds these dreams relating to 7 years of cereal and, prosperity, and then 7 years of famine, where he tells Pharaoh that, you've got to prepare for this famine that's coming. So they stock up, so they're ready for this time of famine. Now, what the reality of all this is, it doesn't really matter. And Joseph himself is probably just a composite figure of certain Semitic leaders from this period. But it does tell us that this might relate to these ideas of the floods. During the time of Amenemhet III, her father, there was particularly high floods, and they're bad as well because they completely drown all the fields to the degree that you can also get famines. But what's so interesting is that there are a number of early medieval Arab accounts to do with Joseph, talking about him in control of the engineering projects in the Fayum under the control of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh can be shown to be Amenemhet III. And that these engineering projects did take place to clear a canal between the Nile and the lake in the Fayum. And there's reference to the king, the pharaoh that takes over. That's her brother, I think. And there's references to Pharaoh's daughter, who has a palace in the Fayum, and that Joseph built her a palace and the rest of it for her to live. This is Sobekneferu. I am certain this is Sobekneferu. And these Arab stories are said to have come from the Coptic Christians that had existed in the country prior to the arrival of the Arabs in the 7th century. So in other words, these are traditions that could have been there for an awful long time. So where is she buried? If she was buried in secret, well, my personal belief, some people suggest she may be in one of the pyramids that have never been claimed in Saqqara or Dashur, but I think that she was buried in secret in a tomb that was probably prepared for somebody else, a subterranean tomb in the northern Fayum, very close to the Khazar Saga temple. And here's a map here that was done by Gertrude Catton-Thompson, a British archaeologist and Egyptologist, spent a lot of time in the Fayum. And the Khazar Saga temple is in the middle towards the bottom, I won't point to it. But you'll notice that just to the side of it is the Deir Abu Lifa monastery. It's a very ancient Coptic monastery. And I imagine there's a possibility that the fact that she was buried in this area was recalled by the Coptic peoples, and that these stories were passed on bit by bit until eventually they were lost. And so we don't know where she was buried. And I think that an interesting point is that even by the 18th dynasty, nobody knew where she was buried, because people were looking for a tomb and finding random tombs from the 12th dynasty and venerating them. You know, they were nothing to do with Sobekneferu. So in other words, even by that time, nobody really knew where she'd been buried, because she was buried in secret. So anyway, we'll carry on.
There's a great mystery here in between Neith-hikret's time and the end of the 6th dynasty and Sobekneferu's time and the end of the 12th dynasty. All of these women, of course, are enigmas, each with layers and layers of blind spots to their true stories that we simply do not know. However, in my humble opinion, the aura of mythos surrounding Nitocris, this lore, is clearly speaking about a very pivotal person at a very pivotal point in this Descending Age of Aries, which was truly the beginning of the end of ancient Egyptian civilization. So in my humble opinion, the theory that resonates the most to me personally is that Nitocris is Sobekneferu because Sobekneferu was the first confirmed female pharaoh who boldly went against tradition centuries before Hatshepsut. It is documented fact that Sobekneferu declared herself pharaoh. She was not declaring herself the queen co-regent of a younger heir. Sobekneferu claimed divine right to rule. And very much like Hatshepsut, who came later, there was a lot of lore that Sobekneferu created about her cosmic destiny to ascend to Pharaoh. Was this political propaganda? Perhaps. However, it is clear that Sobekneferu set the precedent which Hatshepsut would later follow in the 18th dynasty. Perhaps the cloud of confusion surrounding Nitocris is due to the patriarchy's little tolerance for images of empowered women. Perhaps the patriarchy's nasty little habit of suppressing and erasing women pharaohs' legacies is the root cause of the confusion surrounding Sobekneferu, Neith-hikret, and Nitocris. It's very important to remember here that the little information we have has come through the accounts of foreign men who were part of a colonizing, interfering third-party force in ancient Egypt. We are not working with largely indigenous, ancient Egyptian accounts of the chronological events, considering the conquerors rewrite history. Perhaps a good question is better than a poor answer. Maybe this mystery is invoking the question, how would an ancient indigenous matriarchal culture adapt and evolve in response to an violent invading patriarchal culture? We must remember this is a great mystery, and the only accounts of Sobekneferu's alleged suicide comes from the myths or stories about Nitocris. I highly doubt, personally, that if a woman had gone through all the time, energy, and sacrifice to become pharaoh of ancient Egypt, that at that point she would not commit suicide when the going got tough and just roll over and give up and die. That to me seems like a patriarchal distortion that perceives women rulers as weak, incapable, and often the scapegoat for terrible things that happen to the country. So what does this mean? This means that the story of Nitocris perhaps is not something that is meant to be interpreted literally. If Sobekneferu is Nitocris, then perhaps the confusion and mystery surrounding the myths of Nitocris are because Sobekneferu was a very important ruler in her lifetime. Was Sobekneferu an initiate of the mystery school of Isis? Let's tune in now to an excerpt from my book-umentary, Sobekneferu and the Cosmic Cult of the Crocodile Star. If you're still with me, dear viewer, thank you so much. Let's now dive deep into the Archaeo-Astronomy and Archaeo-Astrology of the Cosmic Cult of the Crocodile Star as embodied in the ancient Egyptian deity Sobek. The mystery of Sobekneferu undoubtedly was connected to the constellation of Draco, a circumpolar constellation, which is the 8th largest constellation, occupying over 1,000 square degrees in the sky as it winds from the pointers of Ursa Minor nearly to Vega in Lyra. Why was Draco so important to so many ancient cultures in addition to the ancient Egyptians? The specific star Tuban in the Draco constellation was the true North Star before Polaris in our current era, from approximately 3,942 BCE to 1,793 BCE. Many ancient cultures observed the circumpolar stars to establish true north and navigation. The true North Star also changes across zodiacal eras during the precession of the equinoxes, and thus was a tool to track precession. Currently, in the age of Pisces, the true North Star is Polaris, but in past ages it was Tuban. For ancient cultures, these stars would have been meaningful in ways that our current time period would not find relevant. Hence, it's important to remember that in cosmology, the universe is in a constant state of change. Therefore, Sobekneferu, possibly by a karmic twist of fate, was living in a time of transition between the true North Star being Tuban in the constellation Draco and Polaris in the Little Dipper. Perhaps revolutionary radical figures like Sobekneferu come into prominence during these cosmic shifts. Was Sobekneferu an initiate into the matriarchal mystery school stemming from Tepi the first time? Was Sobekneferu interested in the Fayum Lake region because the ancient Egyptians believed this was the mythical origin of their prehistoric ancestors during Tepi the first time? Let's now explore Andrew Collins' fantastic book, The First Female Pharaoh, Sobekneferu, Goddess of the Seven Stars. The First Female Pharaoh, Sobekneferu, Goddess of the Seven Stars, by Andrew Collins. Summary. Quote, Cleopatra, Nefertiti, Hatshepsut, all of them are ancient Egyptian female rulers who rose above their predominantly patriarchal societies to become controllers of a great empire. Missing from this list, however, is Sobekneferu, ancient Egypt's first female ruler. Why was the reign of this powerful woman all but forgotten? Piecing together the lost history of the first female pharaoh, Andrew Collins presents the first comprehensive biography of Sobekneferu. Using every text and monument that concerns Sobekneferu and her time and power, he examines her achievements as ruler, the political and religious issues of her age, the temples and ruins associated with her, and her continuing impact on ancient Egypt after her reign. He explores her relationship with her brother Amenemhat IV, her sister Neferukta, and their father Amenemhat III, regarded as one of the most beloved pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom. He examines Sobekneferu's untimely end, the fate of her body, and the cult that developed in her name. Discussing Sobekneferu's magical beliefs and practices, Collins shows how they centered on the crocodile god Sobek, the hippopotamus goddess Tawaret, and Sekhmet, the goddess presiding over divine power. He reveals also how Sobekneferu's suspected pyramid was positioned to align with the setting of El Tanin, the brightest star in the constellation of Draco, seen in ancient Egypt as the celestial form of Sobek. Examining the modern-day resurrection of Sobekneferu among the occultists and mystics of Victorian London, Collins shows how she is the true inspiration behind every ancient Egyptian female queen who comes back to life after her tomb is found, as featured first in Bram Stoker's shocking 1903 novel, The Jewel of the Seven Stars, and later in several modern blockbuster movies. Revealing how Sobekneferu has left a lasting impact on culture and occulture through the ages despite being nearly erased from history, Collins shows how her continuing legacy is perhaps, ultimately, her true resurrection. End quote. There is little doubt that astrology was of utmost importance not only to Sobekneferu and the mystery school, perhaps, to which she was devoted, but to all of ancient Egyptian civilization. Why were Sobekneferu's power deities or totems the crocodile Sobek, the hippo Tawaret, and the warrior lioness Sekhmet? Perhaps because they represent cosmic archetypes that were mirrored in the cosmology and architecture of the ancient Egyptians. For example, the constellation Draco is home to the Cat's Eye Nebula. This feline feature is what is known as a planetary nebula, but the name is a little misleading because it has nothing to do with planets.
and was probably named because those who first saw them thought they were looking at planets, because many of these nebulas are round in shape, though others resemble butterflies, dumbbells, rings, and eyes, such as this one. A planetary nebula is the dusty shell of a dying medium-sized star, which doesn't explode violently, but sheds its outer layers gently, not a bang, but a whimper. This creates a beautiful cocoon of dust around a dead star in the center. Our sun will eventually end its life in such a manner. This all begs the question as to why was Sobekneferu also devoted to Sekhmet, the warrior lioness archetype. Does it have anything to do with the fact that the constellation of Draco, which was connected to her namesake deity Sobek, features this cat's eye nebula? What are the connections between cosmic archetypes to the matriarchal mystery schools of ancient Kemet? In my humble opinion, attempting to understand ancient Egyptian symbolism without the framework of astrology and astronomy is like attempting to interpret the Vedas without understanding Sanskrit. You can see here a reproduction of the astronomical ceiling in the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, representing the circumpolar stars of Draco, Ursa Minor, and Ursa Major. This symbolically, according to Andrew Collins, represents the duat, or the place of the cosmic afterlife, which are detailed in the pyramid text at Saqqara. You can see that the hippo goddess is carrying Sobek on her back. She represents the great mother of time and goddess of the 7 stars. Note in the hair trailing from her headdress, 7 dots representing 7 stars. Now it's arguable which stars these represent. Obviously we could interpret the dual figures as the constellations Draco and Ursa Major and Minor. The total number of stars in the constellation of Draco can vary from 9 to 14 depending on the culture on which the representation is based. The constellation Draco has 7 stars that are less than 10 parsecs or 32 light years from the Sun, has 3 stars brighter than 3.00 magnitude, and 6 that are currently known to have planets. We could also, alternatively, interpret the 7 stars as the Pleiades in the constellation of Taurus, which were symbolized in ancient Egyptian cosmology as the 7 Hathors. Of course, we must always remember with ancient Egyptian symbolism that there are levels of implied multiple meanings, which are symbolically representing different energetic aspects of the astronomical transits. So, regardless of which astrological interpretation resonates, the principle of correspondence still holds firm. Andrew Collins also suspects that the Great Mother of Time, the hippopotamus goddess of the 7 stars, could be alluding to the lore of the 7 Hathors. Ergo, if we interpret the 7 stars as symbolizing in one aspect the 7 Hathors, then this could be a subtle wink and nod to the Pleiades as embodied in the temple of Hathor at Dendera, which features the Dendera zodiac. This arguably was connecting Sobekneferu to the matriarchal mystery schools that studied sacred cosmology and cosmic cycles. It is also very interesting that there are 7 shrines perpendicular to the blind room, which Andrew Collins argues possibly housed a secret hidden deity at the temple of Khentkaus. If we know that Sobekneferu and the cult of Sobek were linked to this temple, then it makes sense that the hidden deity in the blind room potentially was the great mother goddess of the 7 stars, the hippo goddess Tawaret, or Sobek's mother, Neith. This conclusion makes logical sense, in my humble opinion, if we look again at the imagery of the symbolism, in which the crocodile god Sobek is being supported on the back of the hippopotamus. In the natural world, hippopotamuses are capable of killing crocodiles, so the hippopotamus has the upper hand. Sobek offers his back to support humanity, and then the hippopotamus goddess offers her back to Sobek, implying a complex cosmic hierarchy of pattern, function, and interaction centering the great cosmic mother. This implies to us that in ancient Egyptian world view, the ultimate importance of the cosmic principle of the Great Mother, which had many aspects, yet they ultimately stemmed from the same absolute authority of Isis, hence why I suspect that Sobekneferu was an initiate of the mystery school of Isis, considering the Archaeo-Astronomy alignments at Khentkaus and her rumored pyramid. Stay tuned for the full deep dive. Now, with Neith being the mother of the crocodile Sobek and of the yin god Set, brother of Osiris, I repeat that it is highly likely that the hidden deity in the small blind room chamber was the matriarchal mother goddess Neith, or Sobek's wife, the hippo goddess Tawaret, and not the patriarchal god Amun, considering there is so much evidence that the temple was constructed during matriarchal times. Therefore, if we interpret Sobekneferu as being the avatar of this ancient star cult, which initiated the draconian current to flow through the 13th dynasties that followed Sobekneferu's reign, in which she arguably conserved Egypt from colonizing, invading outside Semitic forces, which her brother was aligned with, then we can perhaps arrive at the conclusion that Sobekneferu didn't just all of a sudden one morning wake up and decide, you know what, I'm feeling really spiritual today and I'm just going to start my own religious cult. That way I can become the Pharaoh. That is not probably what happened. This is not religious delusion. It is highly likely that Sobekneferu was an initiate into the matriarchal mystery schools if the systems of spirituality that she embodied were rooted in astrology and astronomy. For the full deep dive into the Archaeo-Astronomy and Archaeo-Astrology of the sacred structures associated with Sobekneferu, you can check out the full book-umentary on my YouTube channel at Astrology for Divination. Every single like, subscribe, comment is truly appreciated from yours truly, Mama Saturn, aka Taboo Tarot Reader. Let's keep it pushing. The final concluding remarks, thoughts, and ideas that I personally have synthesized regarding why Sobekneferu was such an important person during this cosmic shift, during the Descending Age of Aries, in which the True North Star was on the cusp of shifting from Tuban and Draco, aka Sobek, into Polaris, which is our current True North Star today. Was Sobekneferu aware of this cosmic shift, and was that why she believed it was her personal destiny and birthright to ascend to Pharaoh? Was Sobekneferu aware of the astronomical alignments of the sacred structures like the Khentkaus Temple and Mazguna North Pyramid,
which were attributed to her. In my humble opinion, without a doubt, Sobekneferu was aware of the astronomical alignments. Surely her coronation name confirms that Sobekneferu was initiated. Take, for example, this damaged statuette of Sobekneferu, currently in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. #repatriation now, return all stolen artifacts. On the crown of Sobekneferu's head, we can see a very intriguing carving of twin vultures with wings outstretched on either side of a Uraeus cobra, which winds through the center of Sobekneferu's head. This is, without a doubt, the symbol of the mystery school of Isis, the vulture and the snake, representing what? The vulture, in my humble opinion, symbolizes the sacred feminine, the yin, and the crown chakra, whilst the snake represents the sacred masculine, the yang, the root chakra, and kundalini energy, which winds upwards from the earth around the spine, rising to the crown chakra. I personally intuit that the vulture symbol of the Isis headdress encapsulates the principle of reincarnation or transmigration of the soul, invoking the cyclical nature of time. Therefore, this little statuette holds a big mystery regarding who Sobekneferu truly was and the hidden shadow power dynamics surrounding her ascension to Pharaoh. It's important to understand this ancient artifact in its original cultural context, and remember that this statuette was likely Sobekneferu's coronation statuette, in which she boldly declared herself Pharaoh. Everything about this statuette is invoking implied multidimensional meanings. The way her arms are crossed, the headdress, the inscriptions, all in a nutshell were saying, look at me, I am Pharaoh, and I have the divine right to rule. Honing back in on this unique feature of the twin vultures with wings outstretched on either side of Sobekneferu's skull, this perhaps is implying the duality of the right and left hemispheres of the brain. On an even deeper level, perhaps the vulture symbolism, which in one aspect corresponds with the constellation Cygnus, is ultimately a metaphor alluding to the relationship between the star Sirius, aka Isis, and Cygnus, the constellation represented by the vulture. So what's the cosmological connection? In ancient Egyptian cosmology, the sky goddess Nui is the mother of Isis. If the sky goddess Nui's yoni also corresponds to Cygnus, then what are the ancient Egyptians attempting to communicate to us via this symbolic information? Andrew Collins writes that the sky goddess Nui was perceived as the very Milky Way, with her head in the region of Gemini and her feet in the area of Sagittarius, which is a polarity pair. Her womb and birth canal then fall in the vicinity of the Cygnus constellation, which marks the commencement of the Great Rift, known also as the Cygnus Rift. If all of this was right, then the sky goddess Nui's navel, womb, birth canal, and inner thighs corresponded with the part of the Milky Way occupied by the stars of Cygnus and the commencement of the Cygnus Rift. Thus, it would have been from the Cygnus region that Nui would have been seen to conceive, gestate, and give birth to her son Osiris, the god with whom all pharaohs were associated in death. More significantly, it is from this conceptualized cosmic womb that the deceased pharaoh achieved renewal within the pyramid and ascended to become an Ankh, or glorious spirit, quite literally a star in the sky. Yet there is more. Nui's body, both in a celestial and symbolic sense, was equated with the Duat, a tunnel-like underworld and waterway through which the sun and stars that had set were seen to travel during the hours of darkness. Each night, the dying sun, after setting on the western horizon, was thought to be swallowed by Nui, who then passed it through her body and its role as the Duat. Here, the sun god, under the name Ra, or Amun-Ra, or Osiris, received renewal prior to its re-emergence at dawn on the eastern horizon. The journey of the sun through the night was equated by the ancient Egyptians with the passage of the soul through the underworld. To understand the trials of the sun through the hours of darkness was to know the route of the soul into the afterlife. As always with ancient Egyptian symbolism, there is more layers of implied meaning. The star Deneb in the constellation Cygnus forms the summer triangle asterism with the stars Vega and Lyra and Altair and Aquila. What is the significance of this summer triangle? Perhaps the ancient Egyptians perceived Sirius, together with Vega and Lyra constellation, as a ruler line which they used to find the direction to the Milky Way's center, which mythologically was mentioned as the cosmic womb, from where everything is created in our galaxy. Drawing a line from Sirius over the northern celestial pole to Vega, and prolonging the line, this points towards, but a little above, the galactic center. On an even deeper level, there is a very significant relationship between Sirius and Vega. Our sun's direction of motion, thus our Earth's corresponding motion toward Vega, has a special name. It's called the apex of the sun's way. Vega, the solar apex star, can be found in the eastern sky during the dawn and pre-dawn hours throughout the winter season. Bottom line, our sun moves toward the star Vega as it revolves around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Therefore, our solar system is moving toward Vega and away from Sirius. One circuit takes about 230 million years, or one cosmic year. Cygnus, the vulture, points to the galactic center, or the cosmic womb of the great cosmic mother, where stars are born. Therefore, perhaps the vulture as a symbol, on a deeper level, is invoking a spirit guide representing the death polarity, contrasting the life-giving galactic center as the soul reincarnates through various cycles of the precession of the equinoxes. In an interview, Dr. Carmen Bolter said that the Giza pyramid complex is actually much more complex, stemming from an even more ancient unified ground plan, corresponding to more constellations than just Orion and Sirius. In fact, Dr. Carmen Bolter said that the Dashur pyramid, the Bent pyramid, corresponds to Cygnus, and that the extragalactic grid center runs through the beak and the tail, pointing towards the galactic center. Ergo, Cygnus's relationship to the star Sirius is represented by Isis vulture headdress, and Sirius is potentially the center of a binary solar system to our sun. The twins Dr. Carmen also said that the extragalactic grid corresponds to Giza. And if you rotate the precessional cycle back to 50,000 BCE in astronomical software such as Starry Night Pro, from 50,000 BCE to 10,000 CE, the following stellar correspondence configuration stays fixed at Giza. The Giza pyramids correspond to Orion's belt and Sirius. The Sphinx and Heliopolis temple correspond to the Leo and Aquarius axis. The Dashur pyramid corresponds to Cygnus, while the Abusir pyramid corresponds to the Pleiades, and the Saqqara pyramid is unknown. Therefore, in a conclusion, the vulture symbol and the importance of Cygnus's relationship with Sirius is alluding to the fact that the ancient Egyptians had an advanced level of awareness regarding how the Sirius cycle aligns with the larger precessional cycles of time. Ergo, the symbolic communication, perhaps, of the twin vultures and the Uraeus cobra here has so many layers and layers of multidimensional implied meaning, encoding both advanced astronomical and important cultural information. Did patriarchal Horus of dynastic Egypt replace matriarchal Neith-hikret of pre-dynastic Egypt in the cosmology? Now let's summarize Sobekneferu's cosmic impact in order to understand why astrology was deeply political during Sobekneferu's reign as the first confirmed woman pharaoh of ancient Kemet. We must dive deeper into her spiritual beliefs. The following information comes from the Khentkaus podcast, a fantastic YouTube channel for anyone seeking to learn more about the authentic ancient past of Kemet and Nubia. Whilst discussing anything related to ancient Kemet, it is important to center Black voices and Black content creators. I really enjoy Khentkaus' deep dives and resonate with how he synthesizes the information. The information suggests that Sobekneferu was at the center of a hidden spiritual and psychological war during this descending age of Aries. Not a war of physical weapons, but a war of the mind. A covert power struggle fought from the shadows, which revolves around astrology and cosmology. Let's dive deep. Sobekneferu, a queen of the stars, not the sun. While most pharaohs align with Ra or Amun, the solar lord, Sobekneferu subtly redirected her spiritual orbit. She gravitated toward the stellar order, particularly the 7 Hathors, aka the 7 Heteru, and the Pleiades, who reside in the northern night sky. Sobekneferu invoked these goddesses in temple rites. Her reign suggests a return to stellar lunar balance, possibly a revival of the divine council of the stars, a theology suppressed by the solar cult. Kemet wasn't just a political kingdom, it was a spiritual system encoded into temples, time, and the Nile. The earliest dynasties carried strong ties to the Ogdoad of Hermopolis, a cosmic theology based on the primordial waters and balance. But by the time of the Middle Kingdom, the Heliopolis priesthood, centered around Atum-Ra, became dominant. The solar theology emphasized male succession, daylight, reason, and order, and the king as the son of Ra. The Heliopolis priests controlled temple construction, ritual calendars, and the king list. Myth was no longer living, it became doctrine. Was the Heliopolis priesthood the cause for the fall of Sobekneferu? As the Heliopolis priests gained influence, they began to rewrite cosmology, placing the sun god Ra above all other deities. This was not just religious evolution, it was a spiritual takeover. Under Sobekneferu, a woman who had inherited rule from a sacred bloodline tied to the crocodile god and the primal waters, the Heliopolis doctrine posed a threat. It was fire overtaking water, sun overpowering the hidden stars, patriarchal theology supplanting the cosmic feminine. The priesthood of Ra-Atum began to centralize power through solar symbolism. The sun, once a portal of renewal, became an emblem of singular authority. The Pharaoh, once the bridge between realms, was now portrayed as the sole gatekeeper of Ma'at, or divine order. Ra-Atum was now supreme. His light became the justification for absolute power. The Ennead, once a mystical cycle, was flattened into a linear hierarchy. Shu and Jeb, the masculine aspects, were elevated as upholders of Ma'at. The divine feminine was increasingly ritualized, preserved, but not empowered. At the core of Heliopolis theology lies the Ennead, 9 primordial intelligences, ancestors or Neteru, whose archetypal interplay encoded the metaphysical DNA of Kemet's sacred science. Far more than a divine genealogy, the Ennead was a cosmic vibrational formula through which the ancients mapped the descent of spirit into matter and its return through initiation. The Ennead, as we've discussed, had been reinterpreted. Atum's role as self-creator was now cast in the image of Ra, the solar force, and Sobekneferu's adherence to the older, more fluid cosmology tied to Isis, Nephthys, and the stars was seen as a threat. In the spiritual landscape, the priest of Ra saw Sobekneferu's rule as an aberration, one that needed to be corrected. The power of the Heliopolis priesthood and their centrality in Egyptian theology was growing ever stronger. Their system, rooted in the belief that the sun god Ra was the supreme deity, could not coexist with Sobekneferu's cosmic vision, which centered on the watery fertility of Sobek and the mystical, hidden powers of the seven stars, aka the seven Heteru. Sobek was not merely a Nile god. In deeper theology, he arose from Noon, the primordial waters. His form as a crocodile was both creator and destroyer, linked to the womb, darkness, and alchemical rebirth. Sobekneferu may have been initiated into this pre-solar path, holding the feminine crocodilian lineage, power over both waters and time. Sobek is the embodiment of the Noon, and was more than a river deity. He was the force of undifferentiated potential from which Ra and all creation emerge. The crocodile, silent beneath the water, symbolized hidden wisdom, silent strength, and sudden awakening. Sobek was associated with sudden miracles, strength in battle, and fertility rites. His titles read as He Who Opens the Ways, linking him to spiritual gatekeeping, akin to Anubis. Serpents and crocodiles appear at temple gates, crown insignia, and inner tomb chambers, standing between the seen and unseen. Their presence represents sacred threshold energy, crossing into realms of hidden knowledge, divine power, and death or transcendence. Queen Sobekneferu, inheriting the crocodile's name and the solar Urae's crown, embodied these forces as a priest queen who bridged primordial forces. Wajet and Sobek are elemental opposites, serpent of air/fire, and crocodile of water/earth. Their sacred polarity mirrors the double crown in the dual lands of Kemet. Their power to destroy was also their power to protect. Like Sekhmet, they could burn entire armies or devour unworthy souls, yet restore life through spiritual reckoning. Aftermath, erasure, and return of the womb mysteries. Specifically, the womb as portal. Temple knowledge guarded the great work of balancing masculine and feminine forces, of transmuting lower elements into divine spirit, and initiation through the Duat, or the underworld and the stars. Sobekneferu may have encoded these mysteries into her lost constructions at Hawara, the subterranean chambers, the ancient labyrinth, the water channels symbolizing Noon, and potential alignments with lunar phases and the star Sirius. Sobekneferu represented a different strand of Kemetic spirituality, one linked to the primal waters, to the Noon, and to the divine feminine as cosmic womb and regulator of time. Her association with the seven stars is likely referencing the Pleiades, or the seven Hathors. Did you know there were seven Heteru? This was a direct call to pre-solar, stellar-based traditions that saw the stars as the source of divine cycles, not the sun alone. The Heliopolitan priests would have seen this as hearsay, or worse, a return to dangerous instability. In this way, Sobekneferu's fall was less a political collapse and more a spiritual excommunication. She was stripped of divine legitimacy in the eyes of the new priesthood. Her mythos dissolved. Her soul, according to their theology, may not have even been allowed passage through the Duat, the underworld, unless she had secured protection through older, hidden rites. We already discussed Hathor had to get involved. The Heliopolis priesthood, which wielded considerable influence, may have viewed her as a disruptive force. Some scholars believe that a coalition of temple authorities and noble families worked to undermine her authority. In a society where divine approval was paramount, the perception that Sobekneferu lacked religious backing could have contributed to her decline. They did not need armies. They had the tools of erasure: ink, papyri, temple scrolls, and oral transmission. The likely method of her removal was ritual and archival. Her monuments were left incomplete, defaced, or repurposed by later kings. And in official theology, Sobekneferu's reign became a problem to be corrected by the divine will, a brief misalignment in Ma'at. The throne of a queen like Sobekneferu was never unguarded. The serpent and the crocodile stood between worlds, charged with guarding power, bloodlines, and time itself. End quote. This fascinating case study of Sobekneferu during the 12th dynasty in the Descending Age of Aries suggests that at this point of space and time, the mystery school of Isis perhaps were boldly attempting to reorient and realign Kemet to its ancient matriarchal stellar spirituality. It feels to me that the mystery school of Isis at this point was adapting strategies. Rather than wait and see who claims the throne and or indirect interference, Sobekneferu's reign potentially represents a direct disruption intended to have longer lasting impact to combat the inevitable decline during the Age of Aries and Amun, in which the priests of Heliopolis and the Amun priests gain power. It's very interesting to me to note that in Vedic astrology, the sun is exalted in Aries. Perhaps the shift into the solar rhythm and the solar cult of Heliopolis coming into power at this time was inevitable cosmic timing. We must understand that astrology at this point of space and time became political. It had tangible cultural value, and whoever was initiated into these levels of awareness often held power and great social status during this descending age of Aries. Originally, during matriarchal times, all the various temple sites represented one part of a more holistic system. No one temple was more important than the other, and in one aspect, each temple represented a different phase of Genesis or creation. And during the descent into patriarchy, the temples were co-opted by men who devolved the original spiritual system into fractured fighting cults, into a mechanism of control. Therefore, what Sobekneferu represented was a much more ancient source material of advanced astronomy, cosmology, and spiritual astrology that was at the center of a power struggle between a covert matriarchal power structure, perhaps the mystery school of Isis, and the overt patriarchal power structures that had devolved to become the various warring cult factions during this Descending Age of Aries. Given how messy the succession to Pharaoh following Amenemhat III's death was, and we don't have time to dive deep into all the political intrigue and potential assassinations. However, in a nutshell, it seems that Sobekneferu was a substitute chosen to oppose the Heliopolis factions and Joseph the Vizier, whom manipulated Amenemhat IV. The mystery school of Isis surely initiated Sobekneferu. The unconscious blind spots we have relate to spiritual warfare in this context. The mystery school of Isis fully understood the descending forces were behind the rise of the Heliopolis and Amun priesthoods. Sobekneferu's reign was perhaps a calculated contingency plan to disrupt and reset Kemet, laying the groundwork and planting energetic seeds to sprout later on. Sobekneferu was like an Uma in this capacity, a cosmic conduit, not ego-driven, but a figure of spiritual service and devoted to the primordial ways of matriarchy. Sobekneferu's brief 4-year reign may have been unsuccessful in the eyes of many patriarchal quackademics. However, her impact was cosmic, like a spark of a comet impact. Point being, there was a larger plan of which Sobekneferu was but a single, yet significant, moving part. Sobekneferu played her part with courage and strength. If you're still with me, thank you so much. We have reached the halfway point of our exploration of the women whom were Pharaoh of ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt. Where does the time go when you're having fun? I feel this is a good point to end part 1 of our exploration. At this point in our exploration of the Archaeo-Astrology of ancient Kemet, I hope that it is obvious now how integral astrology, astronomy, and cosmology was in the pathways that all of these women ascended to the most influential positions within ancient Egypt. In the ancient world, astrology was not simply a personal spiritual hobby. On the contrary, astrology was of utmost importance. Astrology and astronomy were the roots of the spiritual systems which later on devolved into political power structures, from which the concepts of legitimacy and divine right to rule stem. it is arguable that by being initiated into the matriarchal mystery schools, by being initiated into these astrological and astronomical levels of awareness, that all of these women remembered and embodied what a authentic civilization truly values and stands for at the end of the day. Make sure to check out part 2, in which we conclude our exploration of the women whom were Pharaoh, leading from the Descending Age of Aries into the Descending Age of Pisces. In part 2, I intend to pose the questions: what happened to the mystery school of Isis during the age of colonization in ancient Egypt? Did the mystery school of Isis cling on after the last gasp of ancient Cometian civilization? If so, what form and or sphere of influence? Alas, thank you for tuning in, dear viewer.
We have been taught to think of Egypt as a civilization whose golden age occurred 2,000 or 3,000 years before Christ. Imagining this magnificent culture springing from small settlements in biblical times makes us wonder whether we've got the timeline right. World cultures have myths that speak of high levels of consciousness, superior science, art, and architecture from eons ago. How do we reconcile this? We are trapped in our own concept of time, but many cultures think on a vastly different scale. Science has established that the earliest human remains are about 2.5 million years old. It has shifted our marker back, so that now we are able to conceive of human culture being much, much older. In Indian traditions, and in 30 other cultures, a 26,000-year cycle is accepted. How does that affect the traditional chronology of Egypt, which insists that the pyramids were constructed as recently as 2450 BC? Will this force the issue of rethinking the chronology of ancient Egypt? Every year, authors, scientists, and alternative thinkers come together for the Conference on Precession and Ancient Knowledge. They share ideas about ancient cultures, lost knowledge, and great cycles of time.
I started the Conference on Precession and Ancient Knowledge because I wanted to bring together the bright minds in this whole field of alternative history so we can put this very ancient puzzle back together again.
Geologists, physicists, engineers, and archaeoastronomers discuss the accepted dating of world history.
I'm convinced that there is a misunderstanding about the tenets of Egyptian civilization. And I'm convinced that there is misunderstanding about its datings.
To me as a geologist, it's unquestionable that the chronology has to be redone.
Knowledge of precession and advanced astronomy existed in extremely distant times.
So I think we're looking at a chronology that's far, far older than is accepted.
By integrating recent scientific discoveries in different disciplines, they define a new timeline of our past. The Egyptians provided us with concrete evidence that describes political events from a far more distant past than we can imagine. Why has this been overlooked?
The Egyptians themselves, in at least one stone tablet, the Palermo stone, and one papyrus, the Turin papyrus, they say that ancient Egypt is much, much older than the Egyptologists think it is. So To dismiss that is, of course, an assumption that contemporary Egyptologists know a lot more about ancient Egyptian history than ancient Egyptians do, which is a form of typical arrogance on the part of the academic community.
So why do we consider civilization to be only about 6,000 years old? Is it because of our limited imagination, or is there another reason?
Modern scholars tend to minimize the age because it fits better with the current paradigm of history. You know, the current paradigm is 5,000 years ago, man was hunter-gatherer. He had to have writing before he could build large structures or civilizations. He came together to protect himself from other warring parties and things like this. And so, for example, in Corral, Peru, when they found that amazing six-pyramid structure down there, they assumed it was built by the Incas, because that's only 500 years ago, and the Incas built most of South America. Well, when they got this very good carbon dating that shows it's 4,700 years old, it really blows a hole in current history theory. Generally, the academic community is just sort of silent about it right now because they don't have any good ideas with the current theories of history.
A cross-disciplinary approach helps us to put hard evidence and theory together to reach a greater understanding. If we consider the data coming from astronomy, geology, astrology, and climatology, we can arrive at new conclusions about the chronology of ancient Egypt.
We have two sciences that are playing with it. We have astronomy, we have geology. With the pyramids, we have a much more precise science. They've aligned the monuments. And they have the religious ideas locked to the machinery of the sky and the constellations and the sun and so forth. So we can use that with high precision and arrive at a date.
How does this information affect the dating of the Great Pyramid? Was it really built when Egyptologists say it was?
The traditional date for the Great Pyramid is about 2550 or so BC. You know, give or take. I mean, people argue about the dates, and some people want to date it down to a particular year. I think that's a precision that's not justified whatsoever.
I like to use the metaphor of painting a house. If you painted your house last in 2003, that doesn't mean your house was built in 2003. So I subscribe to the notion that there was probably quite a lot of work done on the Great Pyramid in 2450 BC, but that it probably was built quite a bit earlier than that. There's something very threatening about changing the dates because it takes us out of the patriarchal era. But I think that there was a whole world of Egypt that existed in matriarchal times, and I think the evidence is quite strong for that.
There is absolutely no reason at all why the ancient Egyptians could not have worked out the precessional cycle. How do we approach the age? Well, you have a variety of methods. When you're looking at an archaeological site, you have what we call the archaeological datings, which means you look at artifacts that you can fit into a chronology. You look at plot charts, stratas, but this can be very deceiving because it requires a lot of interpretation. Nonetheless, these are the methods that is predominantly used in archaeology. The other is carbon dating. Carbon dating is okay up to a point, and it's notoriously misleading if it's been contaminated and so forth. And besides, with many of these places, we do not have carbon datable material.
Carbon-14 dating works only on organic materials, but simply touching organic materials contaminates a sample. Stone cannot be carbon dated.
There is another form of dating, which is to use precessional astronomy.
What can we use to measure time? Are there markers that connect to the movement of the stars?
The stars would shift about 1 degree every 72 years.
It's not anymore in the same spot. Our planet is moving, but we can't feel it. Not in the same position. And that was, it's in a change all the time. Nothing stands still. You know that our planet make a cycle every 24 hours, sunrise every 24 hours, right? But our planet also revolve in a different way.
Precession is the motion of the axis of the Earth, which wobbles like a spinning top due to gravitational pull.
They make one round every 26,000 years.
If you have a monument, for example, let's take one that we know for sure, the temple of Isis at Dendra. It's a small temple behind the Hazar temple. That one is 99% sure aligned to the rising of Sirius. So if we have certainty that the temple has its axis aligned to the rising of a star, and we know which star it is, then we can date it. It's very simple, we do it in a matter of minutes. This is known as precessional astronomy. The star moves or appears to move because of the precessional wobble. We have a date.
Plato called a precessional cycle of 26,000 years a great year.
The great year is Plato's term for this vast cycle of time, one eon, one precession of the equinox. It's about 24,000 years. And there's over 200 myths that talk about this cycle of alternating dark and golden ages, or that make reference to a golden age in the distant past. 30 different cultures have passed down these myths from time to time, and they all related to the movement of the stars, which we know today as precession. Even Sir Isaac Newton himself wrote a book on it, trying to match history to each of the constellations of the zodiac, and it was wiped out by the Darwinian evolution paradigm, which came along, less than 200 years ago, where it became unacceptable to admit that a culture that lived long, long before us might know something that we don't know.
Just like the cycles of birth, life, and death, within the 26,000-year cycle, referred to as the Great Year, there are extended periods of darkness and light. These are divided into distinct ages, known as the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. Golden Ages are times of enlightenment, when civilizations reach high points in architecture, spirituality, and benevolence. This is considered to decline slightly in the Silver Age, further deteriorating in the Bronze Age, and reaching extreme levels of chaos, corruption, and ignorance in the Iron Age or Dark Age. Then the cycle works its way back up to the next Golden Age. One of the ways to measure the 26,000-year Yuga cycles is through the ages of the zodiac, which the ancient Egyptians clearly understood.
The origin of the zodiacal signs is a very good question, actually, and probably impossible to determine. The only one of the signs that vaguely looks like what it's supposed to is Leo the lion. The stars making up Virgo definitely don't look like a virgin, whatever a virgin looks like these days. And the other signs are equally mysterious, the crab, the bull, etc., etc. Knowledge of precession and advanced astronomy existed in extremely distant times. The basis of the signs themselves, in terms of zodiac, the wheel of life or the wheel of animals, there are different translations of that. I mean, if you really want to know what the signs signify, you have to go into the qualities and properties of the signs themselves. In other words, each sign is male or female. Each sign is fire, earth, air, water.
Each of the 12 signs of the zodiac has distinct energies. There are 4 elements: earth or material signs, air or intellectual signs, water or emotional signs, and fire or creative signs. By looking at the 12 zodiacal ages of about 2,000 years each, we can rethink the Egyptians' concepts of time and recreate the chronology. Are we turning the corner and ascending out of the age of darkness to journey toward a new golden age? Is it possible that the ancients living in a golden age in the distant past were able to see into future cycles of time? Could they have predicted that humanity would plummet into the depths of collective despair? Could they have predicted that humans would be disempowered, thus losing their connection to spirituality? Did they leave magnificent structures skillfully aligned to the stars and encoded with symbols to act as a trigger for us to wake up now?
Wake up. We have it. We got to just know that we have it. And it works.